Yeah, it's just a test, I think. Oh, is that Emirates? Oh, he's just come in, isn't he? Blimey, he's used a full runway, hasn't he? Don't often see that. Okay, let me just switch this headset out, GPS number. What's that? Oh, I say! Okay, very interesting sort of like, what's going on here? Let me just, get it on the phone. Get it on the phone. Huh? I'm a little bit dubious as to this with these. It's very, very calm, man. I mean, there is. Haha. Sprog. I'm a sprog. Yeah, keep the circle in the circle. Keep the circle in the circle. That's a hard thing to do, man. I'm telling you, it's not easy. Not when the thing's bumping around and... Oh. Bloody hell. Well, I tell you what was in yesterday. Tell you what was in yesterday. Qatar 330 Amiri flight. Flipping heck. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Watch your ice creams, folks. Flipping heck. What's going on? All right, all right. Deck chairs, 5 for £1. Welcome to Brighton Beach, folks. The new Brighton International here on the coast. Is that one for our Aussie friends here, quite Qantas there? Has he just come in, or is he... oh, it looks the Yam Yam as well. Juicy. Oh, he's being towed. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, he's going to remote. You know where he's going to be parked? I think he might be parked over there. An amazing livery, this, I have to say. And I think not a sticker. I don't think it's a sticker. I think it was actually airbrushed, if you know what I mean. The normal way of painting an aeroplane. Oh, he's got a smiley face. Almost, look. Hey, he's happy. Funny what a bit of speed tape does, isn't it? Makes him happy. Right, okay, let's have a little look and see what we got here on tip radar. What a beautiful sun. I've got Donald's over the top of me, but I can't see because the clouds are... Yeah, that's him over the top of me now. Oh, there is two of them. Oh. Morning, everybody. What's that? Yeah, no. Let's not talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. Yeah. That's speculation and starts off as a cheese sandwich in the morning, ends up as a bacon, lettuce, and tomato with a side order of crisps by the afternoon. With the amount of you know. Look at that! Isn't that good? Oh dear. Okay. Never mind. Oh dear. It's different, isn't it? It's different than your average livery, and of course, it's got heritage to it. It's all about heritage, isn't it? You know, that's what it's all about. It's not like they've just thought it up. It's kind of like a didgeridoo, isn't it? It's a bit of a didgeridoo, isn't it? Two 767-400s in a row that are just coming with Delta. Amanda Robson, great showing from the flight simulator on Wednesday. Thank you, Amanda. Morning, everybody. Keisa and the Moomons, Clive Clark, Farid Abed, Jacobs, Daniel Edwards, Delta 1441. How does it feel to have flown a 787? Well, I've got to be honest with you, it is interesting, isn't it? Because one thing that we didn't mention was the fact that our very own Zane Dunning, or Virgin's very own Zane Dunning, trained on that 787, basically type rated onto the 787 from the 747, flew the required hours on the simulator, and went straight from the sim to flying passengers. That is how good those simulators are, and I can tell you, it is the most incredible feeling when you fire those engines up. From the get-go, right from the start. We're very honoured to have been given access to CAE, and also with Virgin Atlantic and all the great team there as well, all the folks that were involved in that. There were a lot of people involved in that whole project, folks, and I think we really cracked it. Listen to that 767. Zane is one cool dude. Lisa Pedersen wrote. Emma Shot. Oh, okay. Well, Emma, wishing you a swift recovery. And funny enough, well, not funny enough. Let's definitely make sure that we don't, confuse that. Interestingly enough, we got an email from somebody in the NHS a week ago or so about how there was a COVID ward. Somebody from a COVID ward mentioned that they were playing out Big Jet TV to the to the folks in the ward, and how we got them through it and entertained them. Fantastic news to hear that, and you know, beautiful Thai 777. So he'll be going out a little bit later on, I would imagine. V9 Unity, good day. Real Greens. Real Greens, good question. How is it that so many US operators have kept the 767 operating? Well, it is a good point. I mean, it is, you know, what can we put that down to? The fact that the Boeing jet is so, well, it's American to start with, isn't it? Yeah, what can you put that down to? Funding? Finances? The fact they've got such huge fleets. People like Delta, for example, got massive fleets, got a massive fleet, haven't they? And they operate so many 767s that to replace all of those would be a huge financial undertaking. I would imagine that that's partly the reason why, you know, I mean, obviously British Airways retired their 767 fleet a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, 6 years, 7 years ago, something like that. When we were just starting Big Jet TV, we covered the last, November 2018. We covered the final 767 British Airways going out of London Heathrow, and of course TUI, the likes of TUI, Jet2 operating the 757, continuing to operate the 757. Just see the tail of the green liner over there. I think we're expecting any rain on. 2 Finnair jets. Okay. A little bit of lemon. The Sparky Lady, good morning to you. Ian in Aberdeen. I reckon the best Qantas colour scheme was the 747-400 Wunula Dreaming. Look it up, stunning colours. Flew on the 2003 from Sydney to Los Angeles. Wow. Let's have a look at that. Wunula Dreaming. Oh wow, okay. Yes, yeah, I've seen that before. In fact, yeah, that is a great scheme, isn't it? They've got one of those in Aviation Retail Direct, haven't they? Got a copy of that in ALD. Great model shop, Aviation Retail Direct. Obviously, there are many good aviation model shops around the world, but we're good friends with the folks at Aviation Retail Direct, and that's one particular model that I seem to recall seeing. This 777's been sitting there. For you I'll be hunting high and low. Yeah, we changed our position today, folks, purely because of the fact that it's highly likely that runway operations may change. Oh, funky shot, funky shot. Yeah! Operations may change to 09s at some point in time, so we need to be aware of that. We didn't want to be sitting up the other end with an empty roll-on point. Which, to be honest with you, at the moment would kind of be the way. E. Peterson is a returning member. Monsieur Peterson, good morning to you. Welcome all new members, people who've obviously joined up between shows as well. A very warm welcome to you. This is a hybrid 320, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I've flown a couple of simulators before. Flew the ATR down in Toulouse, didn't I? Flown a 747 long time ago with Virgin Atlantic, but that was with a friend who got me in there at the Burgess Hill Simulator Centre with Virgin Atlantic years and years and years ago, like when I was, 20 years old or something crazy like that. Yeah, but the simulator that I flew on Wednesday was the first time I'd ever flown a full motion. Well, actually flown the ATR simulator that I flew and the 747 were both full motion sims, but they didn't use full motion, and they did use full motion. I don't know if it came across during the show that we were using full motion, but I can tell you, everybody had to be strapped in. Put it that way. It was imperative that everybody was wearing their seatbelts because it was a bumpy ride on a couple of occasions, courtesy of Captain Dyer, Sprog Dyer. And this is the Neo variant. Lisbon next week, folks. Members, just to let you know, we're going to be in Lisbon on Wednesday of next week. Great position there at Lisbon. Hopefully meeting up with Marco and Marco and his mate. Sorry, Marco Polo. Sorry. Great bunch of guys out there. Fernando? Can you film the planes, Fernando? Cheeky Armitage. Sir James Doink, good morning to you. Fiona Addison. Lottie Tottie. Whacker 9. Register that Virgin, please. India Bravo. Oh, it's the new one, Lady Emmeline. Yeah. Is that the new one, is it? very good on board as well. You see that window right at the front there? That one right at the front there. That's the toilet. I've had the pleasure of sitting there with the natural daylight coming through the window. Obviously, don't bother about closing the blind. Nice. Air Canada triple. Look at that. So one little thing that I'm a little bit annoyed about, the fact that I just left it on the runway. We should have taxied back to gate and shut her down. That's what we should have done. But hey, we didn't, so that's that. I have been invited by an A330 pilot to go and fly there as well. So, Fat Boy, good day to you. It's a new member. Fat Boy, Janine Kelly, Jodie Bruce, Captain Sky Marshal, Lou with a view. It was. I was gonna. Blimey. Blue skies. Sure, we'll get heavy in a minute. How calm the conditions are here. I think the increments of the sock, I think that's 5 knots, isn't it? Can't be more than 10, that's for sure. Finnair, one of the 2 Finnair jets. There's a couple in at gate. I think this one must be. Well, he's just come from remote stand. Ross Watts, Claire Weston. The downside of the 146 is the lack of automation, Rab H. BAE 146, is that what you're talking about there, Rab? Toad Silverstone. Is it hot in Lisbon, is it? Last time I went there I burnt me foot. Oh my good God. You know what, that's almost worthy of taking. I know it sounds crazy, but I could, because I'm not looking for. Well, actually, there are cruisers at Lisbon, aren't there? We do get cruisers at Lisbon. Yeah, we do. Terence Cook, a loo with a view. Vinnie Jones, good day to you. Haven't seen Vinnie for a while. Simon Embley, good morning. Lee Franklin. We have our first flight since 2019, 5 weeks today. London Gatwick to Tampa, Florida. Well, who knows, Lee? If you send us an email at contact@bigjet.tv and give us those flight details, we might be able to catch you, because I am planning a meeting is up at coming with somebody at Gatwick in the not too distant future. the future to discuss a London Gatwick position. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Now, here comes the sun. Da-da-da-da. Yes, we do. Let's fly away. All the gates are getting busy now. Can't be long before T4 opens again. Well, you're right. Around about mid-June, we're looking at T4 opening, folks. Very interesting that British Airways, you know, so much activity. Have heard that they've cancelled, is it 10% of their flights up till October? Which is a bit of a shame and a bit of a shock. I was playing golf the other day with a couple of fellas, and both of them during our game were notified by British Airways that their flights had been cancelled, but not all of their flights. One of them, his flight outbound had been cancelled. The other one, his flight inbound, his return flight had been cancelled, which was but I helped them out afterwards. I said, right, okay, let's just go to the website, and we rebooked it right there and then on the British Airways app. Very easy to do. Most peculiar. Brussels. And yeah, so just a couple of hours difference as well. So I mean, you know, when you look at those sorts of numbers, you're talking about instead of there being 4 flights a day from a specific location, there's maybe 3 flights a day. You know, 10% is a very small number in terms of overall flight numbers. So it's not as horrific as it sounds. John Davies. Fat boy, good rotation. Oh, is that Turkish pushing back? I'm seeing. Is that Turkish pushing back? Yeah, Turkish 777. No, Turkish 777. London to Istanbul has now pushed back. Fun things to do with Tech Sparky. Well, I'll tell you what, Tech Sparky. I've got a plastic model of Concorde. It's only a small one, but it's great. It does the job. It's one of those snap together ones. I'm sure you don't have to go to eBay. I would recommend Tech Sparky. I would recommend that you give the guys at Aviation Retail Direct a call, because I'm pretty sure that he has some snap together Concords, definitely good enough for your desk, that's for sure. Yeah. Zoe Cook, Sharon A, Gwen M. G'day, Hawko. What has what? Oh, interesting. Harrison's saying that Turkish 777 that we're about to see depart has come in from Cancun on a diversion. Interesting. Amy L. forward to fly, but won't be again until January. February, I don't understand. How is she saying love me? That's not a plane. This is a plane. EGPX had a flight cancelled a couple of weeks ago, but they gave us plenty of notice, and it simply meant getting a flight a couple of hours later. That's exactly what we were talking about, EGPX. And yes, lots and lots of notice. Is that the V-Box? Claire Weston had quite a few options to choose from. There you go. Yes. So it's not as drastic as one thinks it is. I think it's just enabling them to not so much restructure their schedules, but to maybe streamline them a little bit more. The folks at British Airways. And understandably so, seeing as they are the Great British Airline. Linda Holmes, nice seeing all the planes first thing in the morning. Look. Ah, Finnair operating for BA, yes, that's right, yeah. Do like that livery with Qantas, mate. Okay, skies opening up a little bit above me. Emirates Collector, good morning to you. Bowl Collector. Sorry. Yeah, Finnair's lining up. This will probably be a British Airways stand-in, won't it? Or code share. Let's fly away. Is there still a model shop in West Drayton? I think it was Rail Village. Isn't that where ARD is? West Drayton, isn't it? Is it? No. Hillingdon, that's it. Oh, fat boy, I have a 3D print snap together, pick your plane. Yeah, you've got to put livery on it though, that's the only thing. It's very kind of him to offer that though, isn't it? Mike Weaver. Gwen M. Kane. Steve Best. Morning all, Friday, July 1st. I'll be on the 11:50 Virgin Dreamliner out of Heathrow to Seattle. Pretty excited. Wow, yeah. Yeah, not long to go now, Steve. James Doink, East End, EasyJet back at Southend. Nice to see big jets. See jets again. I don't know about big ones, but at least, well, they are. If you're standing next to it, it's pretty damn big. But great, yes. I thought that was it. I thought, who was it that pulled out of Southend? Was it Ryanair, or was it EasyJet and they've come back? So they must have come back then. That's an interesting... oh, okay. Where's this Virgin jet going then? Is it going onto remote? Oh, no, it's just coming around the back of the bike sheds. It's me just landed, look. What an absolute honour and pleasure, and you know, so lucky to get that opportunity to fly on the sim. First go around, Zane actually thought that we were going to hit the deck. He honestly did. After when we spoke, he said, "I honestly thought we were going to hit the deck there. I thought but if that had been the case, I think the screen goes blank, or it just freezes in the case of an incident." Scott Shawcross, yes indeed. Qantas 350 1000, inbound 2025. Before then, we expect to see the 380 back in service, I would hope. I think that's around about July time, isn't it? We're expecting to see Qantas back with a 380. It's not an easy job steering that with the tiller, I'm going to tell you now. Obviously, it's easier the more you do it, the more you get used to it. But initially, right at the get-go, when I was steering that thing, when I was taxiing it up to the departure point, especially in the turns, you've got to get all your because of the fact that the undercarriage, the main gear, is, the front nose gear is behind you. You know, that's where you become a little bit disorientated. With a BA call sign, there we go. Yeah, well, we did mention a couple of weeks ago, didn't we, that Finnair were going to be operating on behalf of British Airways. Oh no. Really? Titan's right the way down there, isn't it? A cat on the runway, did you say? Oh. Well, let's hope not. Probably a fox, I would have thought. More likely a fox. Highly unlikely there's a moggy on the runway. I mean, how he'd get in to start with, that's the whole thing, isn't it? You know, first he's got to negotiate a main road. Yeah. Nice. What's that, GP? Oh, is it? What, 404 or windmill? bit of weather coming this way by the looks of it. Not too keen on that, I've got to say. Keep calling out Derek Thompson. EGPX Hillingdon is ARD. Ulster Aviation, good day to you. I had a London Heathrow flight to Belfast cancelled with BA last year. Decided to switch to London City and enjoyed the different experience on Embraer. There we go. And a different experience, of course, with London City as well. Great little airport to fly in and out of. Chris H, good morning to you. David McBride, thank you. That's a good thing to see, isn't it? Mike's OCD off the charts, isn't it, with the Virgin engine covers, the engine nacelles. The 330s, got a few 330s with replacement nacelles at the moment. It's interesting actually when it's interesting that when there are these jets with replacement nacelles, you generally tend to see a number of them in the fleet having that same change. So, obviously, an engine nacelle really is just literally a cover. It's a bolt-on. It's the forward. It's the intake of the engine, and it's very, very thick, and obviously has a Kevlar lining to absorb any sort of like blade failure or anything like that, so it would to stop anything coming out of the side of the engine. It contains it inside the engine, so within the intake. So yeah, it does make you wonder what goes wrong with a nacelle, or whatever, whichever way you want to describe it. I think he's being towed to remote, isn't he? He's going to remote. Yeah, he's going to remote. So talking about the nacelle there. You see that front leading edge, the silver segment there. That is the engine nacelle. Obviously, it has sensors in there as well. So maybe it's an issue with sensors. I don't know, but there's another 330 down there just to give Mike another shock. There's a 330 down the Virgin Atlantic, another one that's got replacement nacelles on it. Saudi Arabian Airlines touching down. Interesting that Virgin 330's gone to that stand. He's just come in, hasn't he? Rene Jensen asking when there'll be a military show next. Well, Rene, interesting you should say that, but keep watching is all I can say. We might have something very special coming up this month from a UK military airfield, but also a possibility, if we've got time, if it fits the schedule, we might even do something next week. So stay tuned, Renee. Tommy Ernst, good day to you. Tommy Ernst coming back to London Heathrow, spotting in 3 weeks, counting the days already. There we go. What's that? What's that? Oh, okay, about the military shows, yeah? Yeah, trust me, folks, I miss the military stuff as much as you do. I'm a big fan of the military stuff. Used to love going to the air shows. When I was up in the flight deck of the 350 when I got to Atlanta a month ago, or however long ago it was, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or whatever, 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the air shows of days gone by, you know, and he mentioned the I think it was a 6-ship diamond formation of lightnings. Can you believe that? Remember that, folks? Yeah, definitely. Oh, you know what? I think I might have to nip down, Gillian, and get some, get the wet weather gear. I wasn't expecting this. Man. Look at this coming this way. That looks like precip on the horizon down there. That definitely looks like precip down that way. That's not good. Okay, folks. There's nothing heavy coming out, is there? No, cafe's been going to remote. Let's go to remote, yeah. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Right. Let's go grab that just in case. Okay, we're back. What's it all about, Alfie? Gordon Bennett. Oh yeah, nice. Look at this 757 United. Yeah, United 7.5. Oh, I'm glad I got this. Oh, B211s as well. Look at that. Powered by Rolls-Royce as well, man. Look at that. Isn't that a treat to see? Of course, another replacement jet utilising their 767 and 757 fleet now to make way for the 787, which a high number of their aircraft are going through. I guess you would say repairs, really. I mean, Boeing having problems with the 787 on a number of different platforms, with the electrics, bulkhead issues, paint peeling issues on the wings. Yeah, so quite a few problems for poor old Boeing, but I'm sure they'll get it straight, get it right, and deal with it. Haley Barham, wow, United 757, yeah, we like that. Aviation Abigail. Aviation Right, GP, I'm just going to switch you out on the headset. Stand by. Jason Matten. Some new names I'm seeing here, which is great to see. Getting involved in the chat. Aviation chat, of course, folks, as much as you can. Gilly, rain about 0900 and 1400, but in between 21 degrees. Almost tropical. Thank you, Jason. Rain about 9 a.m. Okay, well that looks like that might be about right. Fat boy, cargo plane for Alaska, sadly. What's that? Oh, Tony McCall, the 787 reworking, Boeing called it. Okay, well, that's, I guess, a way to describe it. I mean, if you have a car or a van or any vehicle that's on recall from the manufacturer, you've got to take it to the garage, haven't you? Take it down the local dealership, get it booked in, and get it dealt with. Free chocolates. Yeah, no charge for that, mate. Yeah, you're all right. Yeah. 13 degrees in the Netherlands. Matt Jones, good morning to you. Oh. What's that, GP? You're confused about what? I know. It's that one's playing up again, mate. Yeah, it's playing up again, mate. It's playing up again, isn't it? Just went dead. It just went off. Completely went off, you know. Like black screen, had to restart the phone and everything. Yeah. So that's another half day out of my day that I've got to go and deal with that, isn't it? You know what I mean? Especially when it's your main line of communications. Yeah, I will. Well, I don't even have to do that, to be honest with you. Just blah, blah. Hold it right there, Shim Shan. Should notice, folks, the audio, of course, much better today. Very sorry about the other day, last week, whenever it was. Transpires that it was actually the terror deck unit itself had just jumped out of the standard audio sync setting and jumped into another one without us knowing anything. So you know, it was most peculiar, most confusing as well for a lot of people. But we've sorted it. It's dealt with. So you should be getting a good, clean, crisp audio feed today. God blimey, I tell you what, when that sun comes out, it really heats up like immediately. Jojo, good morning. Flying out of T5 to Toronto at 1:10 today. Will you still be broadcasting? Jojo, possibly, I'd imagine. But the only problem is that they'll be on 09s then, won't they? I'd imagine around about 1:10. But who knows? Sometimes they'll keep them on these operations. These are the favoured operations for London Heathrow. Amazing. I heard a report. I heard a report on the radio that apparently, since they've been doing a study since the end of the war, back in the 1940s, that about springtime in a woodland somewhere. They've been literally and they've been seeing all the different species of birds and all that kind of things, and they've noticed that the blue tits and all that. That the tits are much more sort of like they're nesting earlier, and that luckily the caterpillars and all that are coming out about 3 weeks earlier since the 1940s. It does make you wonder, doesn't it? Who was the one, you know, when they named the blue tit the tit. You know, it's even as an adult, it's sometimes a little bit difficult, isn't it? When you turn around to your neighbour or something. So I've got I've got a couple of lovely tits in my garden at the moment. It's like, blimey, beg your pardon? Yeah. Lovely. It's a little bit. Yeah, I know. Anyway, there you go. Darren, 747 Steggles, 757 is an awesome looking aircraft. Darren, you're right, because it is the last of the classics, is it not? Would be right in saying that. Big tits and all, because they're, you know, very well fed. You know, fat things they are. God, Venom. It's a family channel. You know I'm talking about wildlife, not. Tony McCall, Scott Shallcross. Yes, Scott. No, indeed, Boeing is in a little bit of a is in a little bit of a quandary at the moment, to say the least. They build their aeroplanes tough, don't they, Boeing? And of course, you've got to appreciate the fact that, you know, Boeing are continually under massive pressure from every side of the of their business, you know, especially from a delivery standpoint from the customer, you know, and of course the massive threat being from Airbus. And when you're constantly seeing major airlines like Qantas going with such a big delivery order program with the A350 and of course the 321 Neo, the long range variants as well, with the 321 with Airbus, it's just added pressure, isn't it? And that is also what we were discussing right at the get-go with regards to the 737, in terms of the pressure that they were under to bring that aircraft into service, having sort of like, you know, got so many orders to deliver. It's just the way that business goes, isn't it? When you've got a competitor that is so aggressive in and so productive and so successful, it's always a big amount of pressure. I hope Boeing pull through it, to be honest with you. Big Mac, good morning to you. Aviation. Abigail, there we go. Alison Baker. Rain on M26 at the moment. It's an old message, so I'd imagine that's a little bit closer. Zoe Cook. Haley Barron, good day to you. Captain Sky Marshal, Boeing HQ moving to Arlington, Virginia. Joe Thompson, good day to you. Sue Cruz, Karina Roebuck. Karina Roebuck, that 10% cut from BA is to improve reliability. Yes, to ease the pressure on their systems, we believe. And yes, in order to streamline it and increase the reliability, and therefore. It's a funny one, isn't it? They're cancelling flights to improve their reliability. You can never get it right, can you? I mean, you know, things have to be done to improve reliability. So, so they're going to get through this, hopefully. But the good thing is that, like we've mentioned, they're not cancelling flights and that's it. You're not going on holiday. All they're doing is they're cancelling flights, and you're having to move to another service, which is maybe, you know, a couple 3 hours later or something like that. So it's not complete cancellation, well, as far as I'm aware anyway. Yeah, I think Sparky, there's a lot more involved than just what you're saying there in terms of the Virgin Atlantic aircraft turning back. There's a lot more to it than that. It's yeah. So rather not speculate on that, to be honest with you. But thanks anyway. Samantha Hayward. Will you be live at 11:45 a.m? My parents will be taking off on a BA flight. Well, Samantha, give us the flight details if you can. I would imagine that would definitely be the case because we will be here at 11:45 this morning. Let's just hope that they don't. We are keeping an eye on to windsock. That's keeping an eye on the windsock there at the moment. Still on westerlies. So Samantha, give us the details on the flight and we will do our best. Beautiful old 767 Smokey Joe taxiing out for departure. There's another Delta 767-400. Just touched down. Nice! Even the small ones, you gotta love, man. Beautiful 767. If you were with us in Atlanta, you'll remember the sound of those beautiful old generation engines, as I now call them. Even though they are sort of like still, you know, modern in terms of aviation, but when you consider, is that Singapore triple just touched down? When you consider the big twin engines that we're talking about now, you know, with the Trent 1000s, the Trent 7000 engine, which has superseded the Trent 700 that powers the A330 aircraft. Yeah. So, but these beautiful old Pratt & Whitney engines and the GE CF6 engines that we see on these older generation jets, good quality, multi-bladed. That's why they scream so loud compared to those big fan blade engines that we see, like the one that's going to be pulling in the back of this one in a very short time. That Singapore needs to get off the runway, otherwise we might have a go around here. Is he still on the runway? Has he turned off yet? Oh. Doesn't look like it. Only just. Blimey. That was late. That was very, very late. I tell you, one of the surprisingly, I wouldn't say easy, but easier than expected, was steering the aircraft using the rudder pedals down, keeping it down on the centre line of the runway, or as close to it as I possibly could. But wow, when you're in a full motion sim, you know, the motion simulation is incredible. You feel yourself being pushed into the back of your seat. It's almost confusing. It definitely confuses your brain when you get off the aircraft. Oh, Turkish 321. It's definitely enough to confuse your brain or your body into thinking that you're on a real aeroplane. You even feel you feel when you run over one of the taxiway lights, you feel the da-doom, 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 you know, all that kind of stuff. It's just incredible. A couple of big ones coming out. NM Taco, 1 a.m. in Carlsbad. See ya. Derek Thompson, 757 out of Aberdeen. Used to be awesome on the climb. Nice. Okay, 787. Rolling. My throttles. Also the toga button as well. The takeoff procedure. Power up procedure. Little bit of throttle. Look how long this one takes on the run out as well. Nice steady climb out. Next up, United 767. Might get a bit of floofage off this Dreamliner, I don't know. Oh yeah, there we go. Cloud busting already. Under 4,000 feet. Oh, is that an unmarked jet I've just seen? Is that possibly Titan or someone like that that's just touched down there? Whose is that? Is that a Titan jet? Oh no, Eurowings. It is. We've seen that before a couple of times, haven't we? Eurowings, that Eurowings jet's flying from Amsterdam, operating for British Airways, did you say? Wow. It's not. Okay, all right, no. Okay, it's flight radar, all right. Oh, okay, yeah, I've got it. Well, I've got EW2462. Oh, okay. Brambles bush. Joe Thompson, A220 on radar. Tarnish 7. 767. It's using a lot of runway. Very deep rating. Cloud. It's braking though, it's braking. Don't you love that? Look at this big bruiser, man. He's got a bit of a smile on his face, isn't he? Hello. Kevin Beasley, Air Action 2257. It's one of those bleeding, it's one of those days where, you know, it's freezing cold when the bleeding sun's in, but as soon as it comes out, it's boiling hot. Trone Hunter, old Smoky Joe. Chris H, is he lost? Yeah. Well, came out off that exit point, so again, look, Singapore Airlines not insisting on all the window blinds being up like British Airways. Joe Spitfire 19, good morning. Just finished the night shift. Marvin, he was a friend of mine. He's not the one, is it, sitting there? How long's that 350 been sitting there for? It's not even got a call sign on it, has it? That 350. Velux. Yeah, she hasn't. I've flown on that, haven't I? That's what I flew on, isn't it? That's the one I flew out to Atlanta on, isn't it? Didn't I fly out to Atlanta on Velux? I thought I did. Glyn Fazakali, I think I've got that right. Glyn, good morning to you. Scott McLeod, Valerie Dickens, good morning to you. Oh, do we have Flyby on approach? Ladies and gentlemen. Looks like this BA 350's about the push. Bleeding cold. Zoe Cook, yes, you're very right in saying that the reason why the window blinds they ask for them to be raised is so that the eyes can be customized to the outside, to daylight. I think she is waiting for a gate. She's definitely waiting for a gate. Yeah, she's waiting for a gate. Grant Parker, good morning to you. Watching from the comfort of his sofa. Starting his career with BA next Monday as cabin crew. Grant, that's fantastic. Are you going to be on a domestic or intercontinental flight? That is wonderful news. Congratulations, Grant. Of course, saw a lot of cabin crew up at CAE. They not only train pilots at CAE, but they also train cabin crew as well. Saw a lot of very friendly Virgin cabin crew up there, and got the nod and the wink from a few pilots as well, but met a big group of brand new, so clean and fresh cabin crew with Virgin Atlantic on their first week of training. Should get that going out a little bit later, I would have thought. Nothing better than the sound of a prop. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, there's airports all around the world that have got a major title sponsor, isn't it? You know, Peter Bell, prior to Air France Concorde tragedy, were there any runway inspections in the months or years before, or are runway inspections as a result of the inquiry? No, I wouldn't have thought so. I'm not. I'm just looking at it from a you know, from the point of view of you know, it's pretty standard procedure. Always has been standard procedure to do runway inspections, has it not? It's just unfortunate that, well, I don't want to go into the whys and wherefores of the Concorde incident because, you know, there were a number of factors involved in that specific incident, but it is a great shame that the aircraft that departed prior to Concorde, because obviously they don't do runway inspections unless, of course, there is a report. So the aircraft that departed prior to Concorde, I think it transpired that that aircraft dropped a piece of or something worked loose, just a very small piece of alloy, which obviously punctured one of the tyres. That tyre obviously exploded at high speed with these things doing over 1,000 RPM. As soon as they touch the ground, you know, these things are spinning so quick. And when you get big chunks of rubber, big thick chunks of rubber that you get on aircraft tyres, that's enough to puncture. But the rest is history, of course. But in answer to your question, Peter, I think runway inspections have always been part of the general safety procedures at airports. Just keep an eye on that, because that's oh, it's hit that cloud already, hasn't it? It'll pop out the other side. With this 350, he was at the T3 gate. So what's going on with that 330 that came in then? Is it another Smoky Joe making its way out? This is Euro Wings. Still waiting to see their Neo. I think they've only got one so far. But hoping to catch sight of that Neo at some point in the not too distant future. Richard Mortara, good day to you. Great to see Flyby back again. Indeed. Some very upset passengers on that Virgin jet. If they're waiting for a who they're waiting for to push and start, whether it's one of their own or whether it's maybe an American jet, a Delta jet, who knows. Going to see a few of these next Wednesday, folks. Going to be in Lisbon for the members show next Wednesday. I think they're one of the biggest operator of the Neo, both the single aisle jets and also the A339. If you haven't seen an A339 before, you're going to see quite a few of them next week, I can assure you. And the position that we have at Lisbon is at the roll-on point of one of the runways, and it is pretty spectacular, I have to say. We are right opposite the turn-on point. You get to hear the spool up. You get to see these jets head on at you with... oh, he's moved. He's gone. He's gone. Well, that was quick, wasn't it? He didn't hang about, did he? Oh, there he is there. He's pulling the gate there. Oh, it was... He was waiting for that one to come off and go to remote, I think, this 350 here, possibly. Joe Thompson, good to know that there's a flight direct from Heathrow to Leeds. I'm guessing that's Flybe. Are we talking about Flybe there? Watford FC, Flybe back is a great thing. I think we're all unanimous in saying that it is a great thing to see Flybe back. Not just for the airline, but also for a lot of the cabin crew and flight crews who obviously either lost their positions, maybe some of them have moved on. But quite a few of them coming back to work with Flybe, which is a great story to hear. Yep. Last night. Petra van der Dries, good morning to you. Chris H. Joe Thompson, Richard Multara. Lisbon is Portugal. Lisbon is Northern Ireland. There we go. Indeed. I've thought of that before, actually. What's that, GP? Wow. Ooh, have a banana. Doing a rudder check there. Full and free. There you see, rudder being moved. Virgin, what's this? Virgin tracking towards the 767. No. I've got a Virgin 330 I think lined up. Is that Virgin 330 lined up? Yeah. Looks like it. Going to Brussels, is he? Oh, that's going to be an early. Yeah, that's the yeah. Terry Slater flying with TUI 787 in September to Melbourne, Orlando. That's so cool, Terry. TUI 787. That's either going to be from, is that Gatwick or is that Manchester or maybe even Birmingham? John Walton, Next Generation Music. The Map Man. The Map Man, yes, I mentioned it a while ago that we have a meeting. We're just trying to join everything together with regards to Gatwick. But trust me, it's something that is quite high on my priority list. Should be able to bring you a new location at Gatwick in the coming weeks. David Hammond. That Andy. Early because we are, Andy. No reason in terms of like traffic or movements or anything like that. Just wanted to do something early for our friends out in the east. Of course, we've got a lot of followers and members out in Australia and New Zealand, Japan, China. Well, not China, because obviously you're not allowed to watch it, are you, in China? Chris H. Squirrel. Bristol City. Okay. Oh, Birmingham, Terry, thank you. Petra van der Dries, June 27th. Going to Prague for 4 days. We fly with EasyJet. Sounds great, Petra. Well, I've got a little bit of a breaking cloud. It's clearing up a bit. Yes, yeah. But whatever we get is going to be. Oh, Singapore 380 has turned around. Oh, they haven't put her on remote, have they? Odd, isn't it? Maybe it's as a result of having to go over the top because of the flight redirect. We might get a little glimpse of her. Oh well, that'll probably be a fuel stop, won't it? Wow. Liz Matthewman, good day to you. Peter Crane watching from China in Chengdu. Your early stream is so much appreciated, Peter. There we go. An absolute pleasure, Peter. Thank you so much for giving me a shout and letting me know that. Yeah. Case Air 31 is a new member. Welcome, Case Air. Karen Langley, EGPX, Tarnish 7. Steve Drake. That 319 sounded like a mad dog. You're made, you all. This is a 330. Heading our way. Could go up early. She's only going to Brussels. Yeah, there we go. possibly off to pick up a load more test kits, or flying a load of fish. How long till that's over the top of me, GP? That, yeah. Okay. From the west, yeah? Okay. Captain Chris Pole flying the A350 simulator right next to me when we were at Gatwick last week. CAE, a big shout out to CAE as well. Thank you so much for their hospitality, for allowing us to film on the flight deck and in the simulator, and for just showing great hospitality. Steve Drake. Okay, slightly south of me, yeah? So I'm looking out for it, Jilly. Just give me a shout when it's going to be over the top of me. Oh, right, okay. Oh, there's another Flyby touching down. Well, I'll be very lucky if I get even the slightest glimpse of it, Jilly. I hear it, but that's about it. DHL 300. About to break out. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I certainly gave it my best. A lot of people mentioning it was the quietest they'd ever heard me. This could go up like a skyrocket. Nice. What? Somewhere there is a A330, I think. No, 350, sorry. Finnair 350, wow. Now is that got a BA flight number, or is that a Finnair? I think the bigger ones are a Finnair, aren't they? Yeah. Oh wow, I might be able to get her, mate. I might be able to get her. Got a little... Oh, I can hear her. I can hear her. I can hear her. Oh, there she is, man. There she is. Oh, on that. Oh, no, missed it. Ah. Oh, man. Oh, look, just there. Can you see it? You see it? Oh. No! Darn clouds. Dag nabbit. Wow. Aviation James, UK government Voyager flew 1,000 feet over my head, being escorted by 2 typhoons. What a sight! I feel like we haven't been to Frankfurt for ages. Or Schiphol. Heike Silla is a returning member. I think Heike. Oh, hello, it's a 777. Here we go. Bad boy. Oh, look at this. See the undercarriage, the main gear tilt. It's a low departure for that triple. So, heading west, something heading west, GP. Lost him. We got some cloud busting activity going on there. Look at that from the vortex. No, that was stranded on the taxiway. Bye, you little. Welcome, Heike. Sounds like Heike might be from somewhere. Oh, I've got something else over the top of me. No, man, no. Oh, heading south, heading south. Oh man, the clouds are not in my favour today because I just caught a little glimpse of it. I'll have a little look. Oh, IL-76. Oh yeah, clouds. I've got 2 layers of cloud. Oh, JetBlue. Extra long range, or LR should I say. I think it's actually the, I don't think there is an XLR yet, is there? I think Airbus have just, that was interesting, wasn't it, that Airbus, we saw that post from Airbus, I think it was either this week or last week. Now watch this cloud, watch this cloud. Look at that cloud breaking from the vortex. Yeah, all the folks who've been with us at Toulouse will recall seeing the A321 with the special livery on it. Oh, that's that. I might get a little glimpse of it. Wait a minute. Oh, it was in there, it was there. I found a spoon, sir. Hey, that's an A340. The unmistakable profile of an A340. Look at that. This is the Qatar Emiri flight. Wow, look at that bogey wheel. The body gear, A340 300 with the Qatar Emiri flight. It's a private jet. $767 outbound. God, really? It's a funny old comment, isn't it? Sure. Now the clouds break. Typical, isn't it? Oh, come on, behave yourself, son. Okay. Two hands. Richard Bergin. No, I don't have a monitor, Richard. Did try that once, but it didn't work properly because the quality wasn't all that good. But to be honest with you, even having a bigger monitor on this camera, it's not necessary. I'm quite happy with the standard size monitor. Standard! Read all about it! Monitor. What's this? Cloud bust here. Hold on a minute. Are we going to get cloud bust on this? Sort of more like cloud surfing, isn't it? Oh, is that BEA touching down? Is that BEA coming in? Yeah. Max. Yes, 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 yes. We have tried the larger model. We tried every single model in the book, basically, and the VX1 comes out top of the pops. Zoe Cook. Air into Skiathos. Oh yeah, remember that. We'll be back after these words. VX1. Why do I want another camera anyway? Alright, thanks. Richard Mortara, proper old school noise from the A300, love it. Oh, Alison Billett, LPA has been rated as one of the world's as one of the worst airports. Okay. I'll tell you what, a few people mentioning about Manchester needing a bit of a clean up. Anthony Caulfield, why do freighters often have a steeper climb rate than passenger planes? Would passenger aircraft climb this steeply if it was wasn't uncomfortable for the passengers? Well, you usually find that, Anthony, when the aircraft is light. The DHL jets that fly out of here come in. I wouldn't say with a full load, but bear in mind that they're mainly carrying commerce, so not a particular amount of weight, but could be anything upwards of sort of like 30-40 tons, maybe a little bit more. But when they go out, they're relatively light, so they just climb out and get up into the cruise quicker. That's really all there is to it. In terms of passenger jets climbing out steep, we have seen it from time to time, where some of the passenger jets have a relatively steep climb out. More so usually on the smaller jets than the larger ones, I have to add. Do you know? I think that's from my observation anyway. KJD got a soft spot for Gatwick. A lot of people have. Not as much action as we get here, of course, but most definitely it would be good to be back at Gatwick. And like I say, we're hoping to be able to bring you a new position from there. The problem with our old position is that the position that we used to film from has bush growing in front of it, and that bush, last time I went and inspected it as the bush inspector, it had grown quite considerably, and as a result of that, it means that there would be a lot of foliage in the shot, so to speak. Runway inspection right now. A single ops vehicle. Big shout out to all the folks that work tirelessly airside here at London Heathrow, and all the other airports as well, of course. Day and night, working in all different categories. The baggage handlers, loaders, fuelers, tug drivers, just so many dispatchers. I think this is where Finnair's going to be ending up, possibly. Was Finnair? I think Finnair was always a T3, operated out of T3. I think so. Got a big patch of blue sky above me, Jilly. So if there's anything. Oh, what, the lofty 3? No, no, no. No. Oh, what's that there? Oh. What's that? Well, I'm not seeing a 3. What's that there then? That's a clear one. Is that 330? Just about to bust through. Oh, okay, okay. CGM, MGM, yeah. CMA, CGM. Looks more like a Dreamliner. That's a Dreamliner, isn't it? I don't reckon that 340's trailing, you know, because he's over the top of me. I can hear it. 350 face off. We're going east. I'll go west side. Oh, was it a triple, was it? Okay, KLM triple, thank you folks. Jason Murphy heading to Frankfurt on May 19th. Zoe Cook, thank you. Suke. Hodgie, that 340 is long gone. Okay. Seems to be a popular holding point, doesn't it, at the moment for today. This is KLM 737 hammering towards us, I think. Old CFM 56 engines. we're still favouring a westerly operation, stupid. Just interestingly enough, just caught a breeze that was totally opposite to what we had. Oh, I don't know though. Seems to be switching. Oh. Is that why I had a missed call from somebody from Air India last night? The Kio 68 heading to Orlando Monday via Frankfurt, picking up a Queen. Oh. Well, we had a different livery. Look at that Air Canada Dreamliner, one after the other. Look at that. No, but we did see one a week ago or so. Yeah, which is like an all orange tail from memory. Okay, Paul Hodgson had a great day at Copenhagen on Wednesday at spotting location 3, which has eating and toilet facilities. Also went to spot 2 to check that out. Thank you, Paul. Are they? Lambourne holding operation. Interesting. Like a circle in the wind. There's another one waiting for a gate. David Walton, good morning to you. Clive Clark, so cool. 3 weeks time, hopefully flying to Canada on a 787. Look at this, Smokey Joe 1. Smokey Joe 2. No Air China. Test kit specials today. Demand's just dropped like a stone, hasn't it, for test kits and stuff like that? Oh, do we have an Emirates 380? possibly leaving. I tell you what is a little bit of a concern for me is that the Singapore 380 has been pushed back to remote stand. Never seen that before. I mean, you know, we more than likely have during COVID. What's that, GP? Phil Eagle, good afternoon to you. And bulk of age. I'm on DL3 right now, landing at London Heathrow in about 45 minutes, Boeing 767 400ER. Wow. And, well, Delta 3 767 400. Oh, well, we'll definitely get that. Good to see you, Anne. Thank you very much indeed. And with a star. Been with us over 2 years, isn't it? HGC Catweasel went through Rome on transfer yesterday. Oh, okay. Thanks, Catweasel. Oh, something over the top of me, but in case I missed the first one. Oh, I'll tell you what, I might be getting a little glimpse of it through this. Let me be ready for this. Let me just be ready for this, just in case I get a little shot through, because it sounds like it's right in that space. Like a circle in the wind. I will have to keep an eye on that that 767 with Anne on board then, Jilly. 45 minutes. DL3. She's gone. You heard that spool up there. There's a bit of a, it's quite a ramp there actually. You certainly have to give it a bit of beans. And of course, Piero Davies is a returning member. Welcome, Piero. With 4 stripes. Captain's stripes. Like a southern. So that's the old United livery that we just saw, and this is the new United livery. Might give it a little bit of power here. It's not so much a new livery, is it? It's a refresh. Yeah. What's that Iberia just touched down? It's a 330. Hey y'all. Matt Denker, good day to you. Steve Drake. Oh, the 767. Yes, that's exactly what it's supposed to sound like. Airview Flex, tuning in from Dallas, Texas. Matt Denker. Thank you, Matt. That's very kind of you. We are very fortunate to have such a wonderful family of like-minded people here on Big Jet TV. Clean family channel. Great to have you with us. I hope you're all doing well as well. Steve Drake, do all these people have to go through customs? Yes, Steve, they do. Every single one of them. Even if they're flying in a ruck, as it's otherwise known. Yep. Is the Singapore 380 due out this morning at its normal time of around about 11 o'clock? Mind you, that is still a couple of hours away. I keep looking at my watch and it's up at 5 o'clock this morning. It's one of those ones where you're sort of like, you know you've got to get up and you're just worried that the alarm's not going to go off or the TV's not going to come on. So you're kind of semi-awake and it's... you don't sleep that well when you've got to do an early morning show. Well, I don't anyway. Especially when the cat's snoring. There, Charlie. I actually had to go, hey! Flippin' heck, mate. How can such a small little rubber nose make such a flipping noise? Blimey, mate. Oh, Wayne Lynch, thank you very much indeed. Mentioning the flight on Wednesday, the simulation. Oh, HGC, thank you very much indeed. Liz Matthewman, Linda Holmes. Oh dear, Linda Holmes, Matt Denker. This is way more better than watching the kitchen programs. Oh, there was such a thing. There you go. Nice little A220. Wow. So lots of people still being reunited with loved ones, you know, family members and post-pandemic. God, there's another one. I can see why they're stacking them at the moment. Not a great deal of separation between those two jets. good afternoon, good morning, Simon Dinsmore. Are you on a boat with that? Oh, yeah. No, I'm on a platform. Simon, are you on a boat? Hoist the mainsail! Steve Drake a couple of times flew to London, went through Gatwick Customs, and it wasn't that bad. It all depends on the day and how busy the airport is, really, doesn't it? Disney Day. Didcot twist. How come United have started using 757s to UK as like the other day? Are they short of aircraft? Didcot twist. Well, they're short of 787s. Both their 767s and 757s are in operating to London Heathrow, replacing the 787 aircraft, which are under well, what did we call it earlier? Maintenance. They're in maintenance at the moment, having numerous problems addressed, bulkhead issues. Some of them having, to be honest with you, the wing paint flaking is not so much an issue that would need them to be pulled offline. That's something that can be done between, with basic maintenance, when the aircraft's under basic maintenance. But electrical systems as well, we believe they are. Was it a 787 that had an electrical malfunction with one of its electrically operated window dimming systems? When you consider the amount of electrical power that's required from its batteries, it's no surprise really. Electric brakes, everything, more or less everything is electrically operated. Very little hydraulic power. I think literally just the undercarriage. Maybe I think the screws for the I don't know. Is it SAS? Is it SAS? Wow, look at that. Haven't seen the old SAS lawn dart for a while, have we? Blimey, look at that. Oh, Amy L. That's an absolute pleasure, Amy. That's literally why we did it today. We did an early start, take advantage of the long summer days. Going to be doing more evening shows during the summer, and early starts for our friends out in Australia and everywhere else in the east. I think it was Peter who's there in China, in Chengdu, as well as all our other friends out there in the Far East. Altai 38, sorry. Alti, is it Alti? Is a new member. Welcome, Alti. Oh. Go on the Flyby. Well, they were doing the Brussels run a lot. They were doing a lot more cargo operations during the pandemic, but yeah. They're still operating the Brussels service. It's not a new service, put it that way. B.A. Brent, good morning to you. Tony McCall, Jack Haynes. Jack, next international show is next week. We are going to be in Lisbon, and then we are looking to possibly plan a US show the week after, so a couple of weeks. We will obviously keep you posted on that, but definitely next week we are going to be in Lisbon on Wednesday. Clive Pardo did my simulated 747 at Bournemouth. Wow. I have to say, there's nothing like it when you're on a full motion simulator. Huge hydraulic rams. Another small threat of rain. Ooh, yeah, and it's definitely so this is turned into a northerly now, GP. Yeah, let me just put this on because this is let's just move this a bit. The Turkish 777, nice to see. In the windmills of my mind. Oh yes, I can feel the cool air. Janine Kelly. That synchronised Virgin. Spooky Cindy favourites, thank you. Steve Drake giving a shout out to the ATC air traffic control here at London Heathrow. Of course there are the ground control. There is a ground control operation separate to that of the main control departures. Oh yeah, it's possibly and put your helmet on. Interesting. There's a good thing to see in it. Rain. Come on, behave yourself, son, behave yourself. And may God's love be with you. This is made. Okay, stop that. Yes, John. Virgin, we were very, CAE actually, John. Not just Virgin, but CAE, Aviation Simulation Services, down there at Gatwick. Trainings was actually our idea, really. The whole thing got going with, or actually, no, hold on a minute. No, it was Gareth, wasn't it? It was Gareth. Yeah, it was Gareth. Yeah. He proposed it, and it was, and they made it so. Ba-doo, ba-dow, ba-doo. Ba-dow. God, blimey. She needs a wash, that 777, doesn't she? Look how grubby she is, man. Wow. Poor old girl. Still fighting fit. Yeah, it's the wildlife teams. There's a number of different teams on the airfield, and those folks there are well, trying to clear any wildlife that might be on the active areas, mainly birds, of course. Oh, okay. Folks, you're going to have to stand by for 2 seconds because I need to put this. I wasn't expecting this, man. Oh, man. Bloody hell, mate. Stand by. Oh. Always put that on the wrong way. No matter how many times I've done it before, I always put it the wrong way. Okay, it's going to go. The screen's going to go standby. And I'll be with you. Don't forget our... oh, we've got some heavies lining up, man. Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Can you hear me, Major Tom? That should be pushing back any moment now. That big, beautiful grey beast. Chris H. That's a good point, isn't it, that he mentions there? I've mentioned 4K on here a few times, but when you see that camera zoomed out, you see how good it is zoomed in. That's a good point. We are speaking to somebody about 4K streaming, but 4K screaming. Am I floating in my tin can? John Singleton, Andy P. Gotcha, John. Gotcha. As you were with the weather, eh? Stay of it. Okay. Yeah, really getting it now, mate. Really getting it now. I'm looking behind me and I'm telling you now, it doesn't look like that's a short shower, I can tell you. Shouldn't have worn me short socks, I know that. Ah. Ever Chris is a new member. Welcome, Chris. Good to see you with us. Mirrorman, MNG Airlines A330 inbound from Istanbul, 4 minutes. I just actually saw that the lights over there of a vehicle, which I think is possibly one of the vehicles waiting for the MNG freighter jet. MNG having more... oh, this is the Air India special livery, isn't it? Okay, let's have a look at that when that... and I'll let you know whether it was one that we saw last week. moment. Blue sky in the shop. This guy's climbing out into rain. Cover this mic over. Okay, just going to put the mic there. Protects it a little bit more. Oh, green line are coming out. Yeah, saw that last week, definitely. Yeah, we definitely saw that last week from the courtyard. Whose shirt you wear? 767 clip. A little bit of windscreen wiper operation going on here, possibly. There we go. Captain taxiing it out. And I'm floating in the most peculiar way. Yes, it's a proper shower, isn't it? Well, no, that's because the captain's taxiing it out. Captain's taxiing, and the first officer is the flying pilot. That'll switch to the first officers. I think the flying pilot will. Yeah. Is that just an optical illusion, or is that the biggest flipping pitot tube you've ever seen in your life? Is that a sticker on there? It must be a sticker behind it. Yeah, it's a sticker behind it, because that's the angle of attack sensor anyway, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the angle of attack, isn't it? Pick up sky on that. Yeah, Wi-Fi signal booster, yeah. Sticking out the side of it. Odd, but there you go. Oh, okay. Another 5-10 minutes, I reckon, of this, and we'll be clear of it. Got what on the wingtips? I'll have to have a look to remind me. Right now it's pretty flipping miserable, man. This is horrible. I'm free. It's gone all cold and nasty and horrible, and yeah, I know. I've looked behind me as I can see clear skies. Where's our friend who's on that? Oh. Okay, that's it there, yeah? Oh, it's starting to go through me trousers now, isn't it? It's starting to go through me trousers. Yeah. Why would that come across this way? But why would it taxi all the way out here and not go all the way up the... Yeah, I know. Hold on. God's sake. Wow, it's pretty noisy. Oh, Emirates freighter just touched down. Oh, don't you love England in the spring? Brought me summer hat and everything. Big load of good that was. Hey. Oh, here we go. Screaming Lord Such. It's that American 777-2 in it. Yeah. could see some very, when this rain stops, could see some very funky sort of cloud shots. I think this isn't DL3, is it? This is the one. This. I think this one's going out. I think DL3. In fact, I think that's DL3. I think that's DL3 there, isn't it? It's a Bandit. Yeah, nice. Air Canada 777 Bandit. Quite rare these days, to be honest. Kicking up the water. Watch the gear tilt. There it is. Keep coming. Yeah, but airlines don't really do that, though, do they? I mean, you can't. Yeah, but yeah, I don't. Is that the case? Does that happen? I mean, a long haul operator will not. You can't. There's only so many more seats that you can fit in. It's not like they can reduce the legroom by putting more seats in. I think there is a standard required legroom allowance on a long haul flight, even on a short haul flight, I think. But you know, they don't. You know, economy is just that, isn't it? It is economy. It's that's what you're paying for. If you want extra legroom, then you can strategically plan your flight, like I did with the 350, where I booked, well, where Jilly booked, what was it, flight 54A or whatever it was, right next to the, right near to the, yeah, the best row on a 350 we found on our flight to Atlanta. 54A, I think it was, 54A. Which is behind the seats. There's two seats in front of you, but they are offset, and 54A has no seat in front of it. So as a result of that, you get full legroom. But you can. Premium economy is another option. You know. Yeah. So you know, they're you know. It's not like you know, it's a tricky one really, because you know it's not like operators are you know, there's only a limit to how many passengers you can have on the aircraft anyway, just to start with. Blue sky behind me. Looks like we're through the worst of this. Hope you can still pick me up, folks, on the Mike Cliff end. Which one? What, coming out? Where is it now? Oh, I think it might be next. Looking up there. That looks like private. Yeah, that definitely looks like a private jet at the other end of the runway. I mean, I just about make it out, but that's no, not if he's lined up. Oh no, it's Qatar's next. No. Intersect coming up. It'll be a jet intersecting prior to this Qatar 380. Good if that weather clears quick enough so that we can get to see the amount of spray that the 380's engines kicks up. Oh yeah, there is the private 737 there, look, that's it. Yeah, that's him there, isn't it? Wow, look at the spray this thing's kicking up, man. Nice. Nice. So this is a private Bahrain private charter, I think, or it's the Royal Jet, okay. I think he's just standing by for wake turbulence.
that's not going to be the case. Got another 10 minutes worth of jets lined up.
Hear that 767.
Move that mic back up now. Oh, hold on a minute. Actually got to... darn it. Mic clear, GP, mic clear.
Oh, hello, that's interesting. Well, we are definitely switching to 09s because that jet, from what I can see, is heading down to 09 right. Which I'm quite surprised at this point in time because the windsock is still showing well, it is northerly at the moment, but it's very yeah, it's just about favouring it. It's just turning now, isn't it? He's a little unsure. Waiting for that taxiway to clear. Watch this thing kick up the water. They're not switching now. This Delta could do a 180 and switch back. No, he's headed down to 09. I think. Oh no, hold on a minute, hold on a minute.
Did you say X-Paddock?
Green liner. Oh, Singapore 380. Ah. What's that? Oh, really? Yeah, look how much runway he's using, man. Wow. Slicing through that cloud, man. There's an American 777 that looks like he's heading down to 09 as well. There's a Delta 764. Singapore 777 lining up. Okay, operational change, folks. Runway switch. Well, not so much runway switch, but directional change coming up. Aircraft are now going to be landing on this runway, but coming in from that direction that you're seeing here. So 09 left operations, because now they're switching to easterlies. Yeah, but I can look. All I've got to do is look behind me. Always handy to have though, isn't it? If you can see preset on a radar. On that. Visible vapor in the engine inlet. Well, that would be condensed in engine condensation. That's condensation, is it? Inlet condensation. Almost a cloud created by the yeah, already she's picking up the condensation over the wing.
Yeah, I'd just call it inlet condensation. Water droplets being squeezed to the point of vaporizing, literally, just becomes vapor. Amazing, the physics of it all. That way, kind of, is it? Or is it circling me? Is it circling me? Oh wow, look at that shot there. Is that another KLM jet? It's KLM in it. Is it a TUI Dreamliner, is it? Yeah, north heading west. From New York to LA, from New York to LA. Okay, there we go then, folks. Operations now changing. All aircraft headed to the southern runway. 09 right, and this is the final aircraft on approach, I think, for 27 operations. You're watching your app right now, you'll see all the aircraft that were on approach to the southern runway will now be switching their approaches and vectoring for the northern runway. So because of the wet runway, we will hopefully get some decent reverser action. Right, now's the time I'm gonna have a quick runway inspection myself. Stand by. From New York to well, okay, what we got first in? Hello? Okay. GP, copy? Ben Brown. Uniform Charlie, first in 09 left from Aberdeen. And there's the first one going out. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, how cool was that? Fluffage extraordinaire. Like that. So with the wet runway, hopefully the sun won't dry it out too quickly, but we should get some great reverser action. Let's hope we got some maybe some Dreamliners or 777s inbound so that we can get a bit of that. It's where you've got to sacrifice yourself with the wet to get the shots that you want. Ting Tong John. Good afternoon to you. Good morning. Sorry. Martin Ackerman, ILS not working on 9 left, so at the moment using 9 right for landings. ILS not working. Wow. Now that's a rare old thing. They'll be frantically trying to fix that. No, 09 left not working, ILS not working. So they're going to be using 9 right for arrivals and departures. Yeah, there's the first one coming in now. There's the first one. Oh, it's just our luck, isn't it? That is just our bleeding luck. No. Landings. Arriving aircraft on the left runway not working. So they have to use the right runway for arrivals. Well, I would hope that. I would hope that would be the case, but at the moment, that doesn't seem to be what's happening. Yeah. I wonder if that's a problem that's been ongoing for like maybe a couple of days or something, and they're trying to fix it or what. But obviously, I can't see any. This guy's been manual approach. Surely there's a minimum visual though, isn't it? Visibility approach. Yeah, but when you're 10 miles out, and you haven't got an ILS to lock onto, and you've got these kind of conditions, you don't really want to be flying. Oh, that's a shame, man. Everything's coming in on the right-hand runway, isn't it? Got some great wing fluff off of an American 777 just now that went out. Absolutely spectacular. Could well get the same here. Here we go, here we go. Get that gear up. Shut that door. Well, they only in very, exceptional circumstances, isn't it? Like they did when they had single runway operations during the pandemic, but other than that, they have operated departures out of the left runway before, but as we've seen, oh god, here comes the rain again. Oh, and it's going to come down heavy as well. Give us a break, will you? Yeah. Oh, mate, this is not good. This is not good. Some beautiful, spectacular, sort of like almost artistic shots. Might hear these Trents firing up on this Finnair 350. Might even get a wizard. Lead it out. Oh really? Already? Oh, that is good news. Oh man, we've got to get out there and film that, haven't we? We've got to get out there and film that. Oh, really? Wow, they're not hanging around then, are they? What stage of build is she? Oh, really? Okay, she's in the FAL then. What's that? Wow, really? I wonder if that could get to the point where they would use the northern runway for departures. Looks like a pretty sort of like armoured vehicle almost, that, doesn't it? It's the police. Oh, hold on a minute, I see some vehicles. No, I don't. Well, what should we do then? Turn that round pretty quick, that Finnair 350. Dreamliner inbound. Let's get, oh my god. Oh, there we go. Right, you lot. Look at me little Hawaiian thing over there. Do, 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 do. It's not happening, is it? Oh, Gordon Bennett, flipping England. Oh, we love you, we love you. Right, folks, gonna call it just because of this runway, nothing happening. It's a little bit dodgy, so we're going to call it, folks. We will, don't forget, if you're a member, we are going to be live from Lisbon this coming Wednesday, so make sure you keep your apps open and your notifications and all of that kind of stuff, and we will keep you posted on that. It'll be an early morning start on Wednesday, going right the way through till late afternoon, and look forward to come and join us there, because there are A330 Neos in abundance with TAP, and another special stuff as well. I don't think they had a 747 in there last week, so who knows what we're going to see. It's a bit of a mystery tour, really. So yeah, look after yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry that that it's been a little bit short, but you know, that's Heathrow. Well, it's not so much Heathrow's problem. It's not so much Heathrow's fault either. It is just the ILS on the northern runway not operational. It's a bit of a shame. If they do change things, folks, I can always zip back here. If they decide it's too busy for dual operations on the southern runway, they might switch it to the northern runway for departures. And if they do, then we'll get back up here. But for now, we're going to cut it, and we will see you either later on or we will see you next week. Members only, of course. And yes, we are looking forward to bringing you a military show in the not too distant future as well, and we are planning to get down to Gatwick as well. So look after yourselves, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you next week, members, and next weekend, free viewers. Take it easy. Thank you. See you. Bye bye. Okay, let's cut, GP. I'm going to get this thing inside so that I can. I was.
close that connection there, because then I've got coverage there. That's good. Stansted? Why would you want to go to Stansted? Okay. Right. Okay, folks. Well, that wasn't very long-lived, was it? I did say we'd be back, but I didn't think we'd be back that quick. They have obviously fixed the issue with the instrument landing system, and that's interesting. Oh, has he just come in? Yeah, Chile fixed the ILS. And first in, from Schiphol. Okay, good thing is that with the rain, you get the wet runway, therefore you get the reverser action. Here we go. Oh, maybe not. Very little reverser action required there. Okay, what we got next? What's next on approach? Okay, 320, then a triple. Let's get that over here, like. Oh, don't do that to me, man. Oh. Come on, folks, get a bit lively with the reversers, will ya? Filthy dirty.
Next up. Need these skies to clear, man. What's this precip looking at? How long is this precip going on for then, man? Are we going to get any flipping clear skies eventually? Oh, England. I love ye England. But sometimes ye England get on my blue tits. Oh! Anywhere in the whole country. Yeah, right, okay, so it's just Heathrow, yeah? It's just in Heathrow, it's just at Heathrow, yeah? Thanks for that. This is TAP Star Alliance, I think. Ah, nice. Isn't that nice? Ah! Oh yeah. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Okay. Big jet in next. This is not behaving, this clamp is not behaving itself. Come on, mate. You never know, sometimes the old BA Dreamliners can give it a little bit of oh yeah, no, not a sausage, not a flipping sausage. Need a 380, that's what we need. We need a 380 coming in. Yeah, that happens sometimes, you know, doesn't it? The old, the BA. I've seen the BA 380s a couple of times recently where they've come in together. Okay, I'm hoping, folks, that I can show you what I'm talking about with the reversers. The engine reverses, you'll see the doors sliding. There we go. Oh, here we go. This could be better. Yeah. Could get messy. Yeah, but we did put a notification out yesterday, didn't we, that we were going to be live today, so... Thin air. Oh no, there's a nice bank shot there. There's a nice bank shot there, man. Where's that? Where's that? Disappeared into thin air. Oh, okay. Right, let's. So I'm still on the same chat then, Gilly. I'm still on the same chat, yeah? Aegean A321 Neo. Yeah, we should do, yeah. Look at this, so D-rated. He hasn't even, well, he has used his reverses, but... Well, maybe he doesn't know, Chilly. Not everyone's so as on the ball as... Oh. Okay. Well, Jane, if you didn't get a notification yesterday, then I can only suggest that you uninstall and reinstall your app or YouTube, because, or at least if you haven't got the app, get the app, because if you didn't get a notification on either platform, that's quite unusual, I have to say. If you miss it on one, it should really notify you on the other, but you need to make sure you got your notifications turned on and all as well, all notifications for Big Jet TV, that is, to avoid disappointments. Eldon Murray, yeah, good point, but then if it's reverse idle, then why even bother opening them? Is that, yeah, I don't know. You might be right on that whole so little reverse thrust. It's just because you're throttled back, aren't you? And then reversers up. But does the reverser power is determined by what? Because at that stage, is it the braking point and how heavy the aircraft is? The onboard computers will determine how much reverser thrust is applied. Or is it, and in that case, like he says, reversers idle, literally. So minimal amount of reverser. Ryan Badger is a new member. Welcome, Ryan. Oh, okay, Jane, I've got you. Eddie Cummings, they don't always use it. I watched a video on that exact subject, Jerry. They idle the engines and prime or open the reverser doors in case they are needed quickly, as they can take quite a few seconds to activate reverse. I see, okay. So they will have the reversers, the reverser doors will be open, but the engines will be idle and they'll be using wheel braking. I've got you. I've got you. What's my lap? It's, yeah, there we go. So that's down. That's all brakes and ground spoilers stopping that aeroplane. So the reverser doors will open, but so what's the determining factor as to whether the reversers actually come on? Because the forward quadrant, or the forward selector levers in front of the throttle, the main throttles, the reverser levers. When you pull those up, does that select doors open? And then how do you apply the actual amount of thrust input? Again, is that something that's determined by a switch, by what? I'd like to know that. Eddie, thank you very much for that very interesting insight. Got a new member. Dasher Bailey. Welcome, Dasher. JF Bryson, use of reverse on a wet runway reduces the aquaplaning risk, I'd imagine. Well, to be honest with you, if the balance of the brakes themselves would be, I can understand why you would prefer that over using braking power, wheel braking power, because yes, if you get a locked brake, then obviously, or a locked wheel, then potentially that could then force a slide, yeah, and therefore potentially look, you could aquaplane, but aquaplaning is really only when there's a significant amount of water on the runway, unlike now where it's literally just it's just a layer of wet, isn't it? There's nothing there to really Yep. James Plunkett is a new member. Welcome, James. John Stoner, I like reverses on some of the planes that have clamshell style, yes. Some would call them buckets, but I like to call them clamshell style, much like you see on these Trent engines, these Trent 700 engines that are on that A330. I'm guessing it all is all down to runway length, weight of the aircraft, and they also have a brake to vacate. I thought it said Waitrose on the side of the plane then for a second. Got a few quid, didn't they? No wonder the eggs are so expensive. Yeah, so interesting, interesting subject, and one which I'm always interested to learn about and discuss is the stopping power. Obviously, the brakes are very, very powerful. As soon as those wheels, those tyres, as soon as they hit the ground, they are immediately spun up to 1,000 RPM, which is doesn't sound a lot for your average engine. But a big tyre like that rotating at 1,000 RPM. Is that 330 firing up? I think it is. There's your clamshell reversers on the CFM 56 engines. Safran manufactured, I think. Yeah, I always get a notification as well. Oh, blimey. Okay, we've got James Plunkett. There's Big Jacko's Gaming. G'day, Jacko. He's a returning member, Jacko, and Tony Mikalev is a returning 4-striper as well. The pilots just access whether reverse is needed or whether the manual braking is enough while slowing down, William Harvey saying. Good discussion point. 767-400 with Delta. This could light up. Probably heavier than your average. Come on, mate. Fire it up. Nope. Nope, not doing anything. All on the brakes. Wow. Oh, they swapped them back to a 330 for Orlando. Yeah, I thought they were operating with 350 down to Orlando now, but they switched it back to a 330. Yeah, of course the braking system on these aircraft, very sophisticated. ABS, been operate using ABS for quite some time, so highly unlikely you're going to get a wheel locking unless it's a faulty brake system, of course, which again is extremely unlikely with the modern technology of braking systems and compounds that they use, materials and so on and so forth. Jack Haynes, would you say Heathrow's back to close to normal levels of traffic? I think when we see T4 open, that's when things will really start opening up. And when we see the likes of Qantas operating their 380, maybe is Etihad, did we ever finish that discussion about Etihad and their 380s? They've all gone, haven't they? I think they've got rid of all their 380s. Chicky Armitage's mother, Melissa, she's 98 and she's watching the show. A very warm welcome to you, Melissa. Wow, that's great, 98. Fair play. Lots of good comments and chat and information coming from everybody, really, from all fronts regarding the braking systems and the activation of the reversers when and if they're needed. Keep that conversation going, folks. I love that kind of stuff. As techie as you like, because education. Jojo sitting in T5 departures. Big jackass. I'll read that one out because he's a non-member, but it's a very interesting observation from a non-member. Do most people on this chat know each other personally, or is everyone being courteous? Looks like a good community. Tom, exactly that. They don't know each other personally. They obviously we have a community of people who regularly come on the show, but we keep it clean through our moderation, but also we're just very fortunate to have a great community of people who come and join in, and it's great to have that kind of feedback from you. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Skilling, Blake Gray, Shari Hellier, Big Jackass Gaming, g'day, Mark O'Kane, aquaplaning is a problem mostly with large amounts of standing water, but yeah, it can happen for sure. Yes, of course it can, when you get water pooling on a runway, and that's why these runways have a runoff either side as well, so that limits the chances of there being pooling of water pooling on the runway. So it has a runoff. It's almost arched, if you know what I mean, but not as arched as you would think, but enough to let the water run off either side of the runway. Marco Kane, I guess the brake systems would be smart enough to modulate braking these days. Yeah, yes, indeed. Remember that the braking systems on the Dreamliners is an all-electric braking system. That's not to say that it works in any way differently than a hydraulic system. It still uses traditional pistons and brake discs, etc., etc. But the application of the actuation of the piston onto the discs is done by electrical systems rather than hydraulics, like you would find in your traditional caliper on your car and on traditional braking systems on aircraft. So that's partial reversers. It's only using about a very small percentage there. It's down to, I think, down to pilot discretion as well, isn't it? A lot of the times, whether they feel that they want to use reversers. And of course, the other thing that you need to consider is the wear and tear on the engines when you're using reversers. Every time you use them, you're causing a certain amount of wear and tear on the engine. If the less you use the reverser systems, the longer between maintenance periods, the longer the engines themselves will last. And when you consider the amount of power that can be put through those reversers, it is pretty impressive. Marcello Romano, a very warm welcome to you as a new member right here on Big Jet TV. A very warm welcome to all our new members. Folks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel as well on YouTube. Very important that you do that. Unfortunately, YouTube do not automatically subscribe you to the channel. Very derated here, look. Again. So I'm guessing, yes, going right back to what I think it was Robert was saying, that they will open the doors, the reverser doors, but won't necessarily apply reverse thrust, but they are there in case of a brake failure or whatever other reason they might need them. But yeah, in general, I would imagine that that's a great bit of information. Thank you so much for that. I think it was Robert. Still there, GP? Oh, Scott. Phone gave me no warning about that one, did it? Oh, no, you are there. Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, are we done with the rain here? Let's see if I can... Eddie Cummings. Jerry, the reverse thruster has 2 stages, idle and, well, engaged. In other words, off or on. Okay, so interesting. So in order to engage the reversers, is that the point at which you pull up those levers that are forward of the main throttle controls themselves? And if you don't need them, this is my question. The question is that when you pull those levers up, the reverse thruster levers, does that activate the thrusters themselves at some point? What opens the doors? Is it those levers? When you pull those levers up, the doors open. What is the input for engaging the reversers themselves, the actual thrust itself? David Blaine upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, David. Very appreciative of yours and everybody else's support here on Big Jet TV. Gilly, I can't hear you. So I don't know what that is all about. Have I muted this headset? Let's just see. Wet weather gear is not the one. Oh, yes. Hello? Hello? Kevin Beasley, that's a very kind thing to say. Wayne Harstone. Is there any airlines who you notice don't use their reverse thrusters compared to others? Wayne, yes. Not so much using their reverse thrusters, but you actually applying reverse thrust. Very little British Airways, I generally tend to find, use very little reverse thrust, whereas on the other hand, the likes of Emirates don't mind giving it a full beans at all. And that again is down to saving money, saving costs for the airline. Oh my good God, I have got the biggest, gnarliest cloud heading. Oh, Kenya Airways sometimes give it some. No. Batting down the Axis time again, innit? Gilly, I just can't hear you, mate. I don't know what's going on. If it's this headset or what. Let me just check this headset. Oh man, here it comes. Hello. Hello. Yeah, I can, yeah. I've got the biggest, gnarliest cloud to my left, man. Don't even want to look at it. If I don't look at it, maybe it won't rain on me. Just ignore it. Peter Room, JD is going to get battered. I think he's right, you know. Oh my God, this is not looking good, mate. Well, whether there should be or shouldn't be, I'm gonna get it. It's as simple as that. Folks, the microphone might go a little bit quiet. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not very friendly, as that's what it is. Anyway. Eve Hosgood, yes, I wouldn't want to do I wouldn't want to do that long range flight, to be honest with you, all the way down to Australia. I would want to have the break in between. Some people just want to get there, don't they? TCC, they definitely don't use max reversers often on YouTube. They say it's for passenger comfort. It's for passenger comfort. Isn't that a bit of a so it's for passenger comfort. What, using the reversers is for passenger comfort? We've got 380 inbound, folks. Thanks, Dave. Sunny in Exeter. Right, everyone down to Dave Carrington's house. Dave Carr. Stuart Smart tuning in from Costa del Leicester. Mark O'Kane, I couldn't do a non-stop flight for 18 plus hours. Yeah, man. I mean, I do suffer from sciatica, so you know, sometimes it's literally a gamble when I do a long haul flight, whether it happens or not. Obviously, do some exercises before I leave always, but it is a bit of a gamble, and gamble responsibly. So yeah, I mean, that flight to I'll be honest with you, that flight to up to Alaska, that killed me. Absolutely mullered me. But we had to be ready the next morning to go out filming, and we did it. We managed it. See very little action there. It's all those. I mean, when you consider also that these brakes on these aircraft, there are between 4 and 6 discs on each wheel. So you think of the power of the braking. You talk about brake power. That really is brake power. Obviously, no brakes on the front wheel systems, but when you're looking at those, that 777, I'm not sure if the back wheels, the trailing cart has brakes, but I think it does. Looking at the hydraulics, the hydraulic lines there on the braking systems, I think all 6 wheels on each side are fully braked. So you think of 6, multiply that by, well, at least 4, and then double that, then that's how many braking systems there are on these aeroplanes, and that's why they are so impressive. Of course, they've got the ground spoilers as well, or when the aircraft's in the air, it's a speed brake, but they are activated also, have a double use, both to slow the aircraft down on descent, but also for stopping the aircraft or bringing the speed down quite considerably. Not so much stopping it, but aiding in the reducing the speed on when the aircraft's on the runway, because of course once it's on the runway it becomes a vehicle. It becomes a vehicle, and then you are literally it's down to the speed brakes or the ground spoilers, the braking systems, the wheel braking systems, and then of course, if you need it, the engine reversers as well. And we've talked about the A380 many times before, about the fact that when Airbus developed the A380, they were so confident with the wheel braking systems on the A380 that they initially developed the aircraft, or proposed the aircraft, without any reversers on engine reversers. But the of course, the operators were like, no, we'd rather you just, we'd rather stay safe, and they compromised and ended up with the inboard engines being used for reversers on the A380. Amy, Singapore, one of my favourite airports to stop over in when travelling to Europe. Doha, also really nice to stretch the legs. Finnair, probably operating under a BA flight number. Little bit of a floaty landing there. Nice and soft though. That's where you look after the passengers, isn't it? Look at that. Got about 2 people on it. Oh, we've got Joachim Venenberg, I think, is a new member. Joachim, a very warm welcome to you. That's very funny, Marco Kane. Jeff in Mass tuning in from Boston. Yeah, it wasn't long at all. Bootle lad, always best to have options. Indeed it is. TCC, high flare. That was on that Finnair, I think it was. Jason Matten, Condor Airlines not operating to Heathrow. There's your Qantas Yam Yam, which surprisingly, a number of people mentioning how they don't like that livery. Well, I mean, you know, it is taking the tradition, isn't it, into account. The history of no, what? Oh. What was it about? Oh. Wow. JF Bryson looking at flights from Amsterdam. Can you send me the link to that, Jelly? Yeah, what is the question is, yeah. What is the focus behind that Yam Yam? Is it Aboriginal? Is it, or is that the right word to use? Aboriginal, Aborigine? Is it? Does it have that sort of? Is that what it's all about? Maybe that sort of architecture. I don't know. Sandy Humby 238 is on radar, coming in about 10 minutes out. Thank you, Sandy. Is it not the sort of like design that you get on a thingy-majig? A didgeridoo. give me some feedback. Zoe Cook, there we go. It is Aboriginal origin. Thank you, Zoe. There we go. Big Jacko's Gaming. It sure is Aboriginal. There we go. TCC, this had a tail strike before, question mark. It was questionable whether it did have a tail strike, but I think they kept it here for a little bit when Boeing had to come out and inspect it, I believe, or somebody did anyway. I look like I've got a dress on. I'm sure that, like I say, that is paint rather than sticker applied, I believe. No, I haven't. No. Catweasel, great Qantas scheme. Helen Clapp, it's Aboriginal. Jerry, thank you. Craig Younger Sword saying, I think it was designed by a young girl. Interesting. Some airlines do put these new designs out for tender and stuff like that with school kids and stuff like that. Wasn't there one a while back where some school kids designed that, or it was? I'd like to. It's one thing we didn't go through with Zane, wasn't it? Well, obviously, because we were talking. Yeah, it's the whole action of the whole reverser action, as in levers up. I think it was the. I'm going to have to look this up. I'm going to have to find it out because that's doing me head in now. Marco Kane, it's part of the dreaming, represents a story in dream time. There we go. Jensen Hints, in love with the livery. Sandy up with great didgeridoo impression. I don't know if that's it, either that or a lightsaber. Keep the circle in the circle, keep the circle in the circle. That was the hardest bit in the turn, keeping the circle in the circle, man, I'm telling you. Oh, blimey, missed that. Oh. Go. Always good to see Ice and Des continue to use their 767. 380 behind it. Jensen hints, do I go to Stansted? The answer to that really is the only time we've really been to Stansted is when we've been airside with Cargo Logic before. We recently did something, yeah, with Volga de Nepa, of course, back in the good old days before all that silliness happened. Was it AirX? Was it AirX? The privateers that for Ukraine, yeah. The private, well, not Air 1X or Air, yeah. BA 380. It's a big aircraft, lots to stop, but not an issue with those 20 wheels that they've got there. 18 wheel braking, I think. I don't think they've got any plans, have they? Back set of the tri-cart there, 4 wheels there, so 16 wheels of braking on the 380 as far as I'm aware. Sandy Humvee followed by a 380 from Washington. Helen Clappard, play.com still flying? Yes, still very active, in fact even more active, putting more routes on. Yeah, out of Keflavik, isn't it, or Reykjavik, one of the two. Whose 787 is this inbound? Which one was that? Okay, another BA 380. I don't know about that. Let's grease that. Interesting to see so many 380s with all that new panelling on the engine pylons. Obviously something that's been swapped out during either whilst they were in storage or during maintenance. It's quite a big swap out, that's for sure. You see what I mean? The off-coloured, almost titanium coloured panelling there. Something that I've certainly noticed. That whether it was there right at the beginning, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that that is a retrofitted. See what I mean there? Melanie L, all the very best to you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, Melanie. Mentioned it before quite a few times about the excuse me, about the flight deck access on the A380. Crazy, 2 steps up into it, as opposed to sort of like normally just walking straight on the same level into a flight deck. It's a pretty standard procedure. 757, I believe, 757 and 767 either have a small step up or a small step down, depending on the type. But yeah, the A380 is very much like the doorstep of a terraced house. Could almost have some hanging baskets outside it with number 42 written on it. A little doorbell. Ding dong. Doo doo doo. Doo doo doo. You've got mail. Blue engine cows. Jimmy G61, if these 2 380s were full, would it be a nightmare to get them through customs? Well, to be honest with you, it's a tricky one, that really. I mean, I've been into customs here at Heathrow when, and I'm sure we're going to get a few people mentioning their experiences at customs at Heathrow. But there have been times when, you know, it's always pretty full, put it that way. But yeah, it doesn't help when you've got a 380 flight, or, you know, when you've got, especially when you've got 2 British Airways 380s, possibly a Qatar, you've got the Singapore 380 as well, and the Emirates 380. When you've got a busy day like that, it's all hands on deck with custom staff, that's for sure. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit and take this off. Stand by. Here's the other one, you see what I mean? Got the same panelling. May have been corrosion, you never know. Just the panelling itself. Highly unlikely, I would have thought, but just a quick one to say thanks, folks, for all of your likes. We really appreciate it. Not obliged in any way to do it, but we appreciate it if you give us a like. And also, just to let you know, of course, so many people do know, but for those who don't, the store is fully open now, bigjet.shop. Obviously introducing new ranges and new styles as often as we can. Oh, look at that beautiful bank shot there. Sorry about that. Just having a look and seeing what's behind me. Yeah, I've got a big pile of stickers that I've got to send out, GP. So anybody waiting for stickers, sorry for the delay, but next batch is going out. We've obviously had the new ones printed up as well. So okay. So is it all right to take this bleeding hood off again? American 777. Promised you a miracle. That MNG. I was just thinking about, I was just wondering whether there are any China operators today. China Airlines going rogue on landing on the 09, right, Martin Akerman. Thank you, Martin. There you go then. Andy Bossisto, Sunny in Dorset, Felton 216, good afternoon. Sue Cruise. Heatwave? Ah! No. When's that coming out? 2025. Mind you, I'm not a big fan of the heat. Hot heat, you know. I'd sooner have it sunny, nice breeze, you know, a little bit of cloud, you know, so that you get a respite from the heat. Not a big fan of, like, you know, blue skies, 70 degrees, all that kind of silly stuff. But what? Giles Lane, take care, all the best. Good day to you. Odette, Sandy, we've got a WestJet 787 after BA Tiddler coming in. Sandy Humby saying thank you. TCC, is it because of the lockdowns in China that we don't see many? Yeah, well, there was a total ban on Air China operating. Air China themselves banned it, I think, or stopped it, or the Chinese government, one of the two. This is WestJet 787 in from Calgary, I'd imagine. There you go. Nice. Squeaky on the old brakes as well. Bit of moisture on the discs. Steve Drake, thank you, Steve. Some water, or dispersing water off the runway, should I say. If he wanted that exit there, he's got that next one, hasn't he? So it's an even spread, isn't it? It's gone up early, isn't he? sit and wait for a gate, I think. Sandy Humby off to Atlanta. Gaz Grill, good day to you. Mark O'Kane, maybe a couple of World War II vintage. Is that Singapore? Vidaru. Vidaro, isn't it? Vidaro. Well, they can access the store via YouTube, can't they? They don't have to go through bigjet.shop. Yeah. If you're having a problem getting on the website, folks, we believe that the website is having a few issues at the moment. Yeah, it's the hosts, so... Oh, hello. Oh, the shop's fine. The shop is fine, folks. Of course, just got, there's the clamshell reversers on the Trent 700s. Just got word that Virgin Atlantic's first A339, their new Neo, Liberty Bell is her name, and she's on the final assembly line at Toulouse, so keeping track of her. And thank you to everybody who's given us updates on that as well. What's that, GP? Right. What's his name? Andy Davis asking when we're coming back to East Midlands. Well, hoping to, Andy. I did mention that we were going to do a night show there, focusing on the freight, of course, at East Midlands. And yes, we will be back. But thank you for asking. And we look forward to seeing all our good friends up there at East Midlands as well. Yeah, we will be doing a night show up at East Midlands. Because obviously that's what we've been waiting for, is the long nights, so that because the activities only really pick up at East Midlands around about 6 p.m. So we want to sort of like minimise the amount of darkness, if you know what I mean. I mean, by 5 o'clock it's light. So if we're going from sort of like 6 o'clock through till 6 o'clock the next morning, for example, or at least until the major flights have all stopped. We're talking about the cargo operations here at East Midlands. That's what we would mainly be focusing in on. So yes, we'll be back, Andy. John Stoner, you can fly a plane just like your father did. It's in your blood. Well, I like to think so, John. Thank you for mentioning that. That's very kind. Yeah, obviously, of course, my old man, when he was flying, he had none of the fly-by-wire aids that these modern-day pilots do. It was all analog and cable operations on the DC-8. 747-100s, and of course the Constellation being the major one. That's not to say that the cable operated controls were all stiff and hard to handle, but yeah, I gotcha. But but obviously, you know, these days I mean, even these days with the modern fly-by-wire systems, it's all the systems automatically feed in or feed back a little bit of resistance to give it that feel. You don't want it all sloppy and loose. But yeah, it is amazing the way they've dialed these things in to give it a feel of. It's a bit like a car not having power steering, you know, from back in the day. But the flight controls were not as stiff as you would think with cable operations. But that's a rogue arrival, China, Air China 330, that's going to go straight into the cargo hub. Michael Hendel is a returning member. Welcome back, Michael. Stuart Smart, is East Mids too quiet for a visit? Not during the evening, most certainly. Gets very, very busy there at night at East Midlands. I think you could quite easily say that East Mids is the busiest cargo hub in the UK, most definitely. Lenny D. Oh no, Lenny, there are other carriers that go into Atlanta, other than Delta. Oh. Quagmire. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Zoe Cook asking for a larger sized pink t-shirt or something, did it? Yeah, we don't have any control over sizes, unfortunately, Zoe. I think they go up to XXXXL or something like that. Triple XL, 4XL. Yeah. I've got no idea. I hope he hasn't messaged me. Oh, God. Really? Let me just see, make sure he hasn't messaged me. Okay, I've got 2 messages here. No, got nothing from Zane. Got nothing from Zane. He would tell me. He would tell me. Martin, next China Airlines 330 will also be landing on the southern runway. Well, partially the reason for that is because of the fact that it's right there. The cargo hub is right there where he is. Singapore Slinger. XL. Okay. Singapore. Photo bomb. Wow, Jay Marsh flew to the UK on a Super Constellation. Wow. Craig Younger Sword. Yeah, regularly meet people who I bump into in the street who say that they used to go plane spotting on the Queen's Building. Yeah, so many people used to do that. Yeah. So what's going to be our closeout, folks? Going to be closing out around about 1300 today. What we got on approach. Carl Robinson, what's the passenger capacity at Heathrow like now? I'd say we're about, I think we're probably about 70%, something like that. Would I be right in saying that? Longy, good day to you, Longy. Captain Sky Marshal, sad that Lufthansa Technik stopped restoring one of the Constellation projects. I wasn't aware of that. That is a shame. Oh, there we go. Lloyd Bell, Qatar 380, estimated 1301. There's our curtain call, folks. It's coming in quite hot, this Streamliner, isn't he? Who's that? Who's that? EGPX. Matt Cat Lady, TUI charging now just to choose your seats on planes. Is this standard? No, it's not standard, Matt Cat Lady, but really, to be on, yeah, it does depend on what class your seat is, but we always choose seating. Yeah. All depends on the booking process and all that kind of stuff, doesn't it? Depends on the airline and where you're flying to and all that kind of stuff. But generally on long haul flights you're able to choose your seat if it's available, the one that you want, of course. I always try and get a window seat if I can. Do you do? Trixie Bluebell. Oh, Captain Sky Marshal. Read on the news that Tante Junkers Ju-52 may be flying again. Didn't I? We got a look around that Junkers Ju-52 at ILA Berlin. I seem to recall, part of the Lufthansa heritage flight, I think. Brian Pickard, gutted he's working today, pick it up later. All the best, Brian. Oh yeah, John Stoner, when he was young, he was intrigued by the constellation when at night seeing the exhaust glowing. Yes, of course, because the constellation had an air-cooled engine, much the same type as what you would have seen on the, B-17s and that kind of thing. And the DC-3s, that kind of engine. I'm calling this as a 787-10. No, I'm not, because it's Virgin. So it's a 900. Say it dead. Yeah, the radial engines. Exposed exhaust, and of course they glowed red because they got red hot. Amazing materials used on the exhausts. Much the same, really, as the exotic materials that are used for the exhausts on these modern aircraft. Blimey, how long's that WestJet been here for, mate? How long's that WestJet been on the ground for? Ages, hasn't it? I would have thought he'd gone to the gate a long time ago. Still up the other end of the airfield. Let's see. Oh, I say. Yeah, of course. Back in the days of the Second World War with the bombers, that was one of the key elements that they were, the designers and developers were trying to avoid, having the hot exhaust or indeed the flames from the engines being exposed, using different types of materials to shroud the exhaust. Asbestos initially was used as a shroud so that the night fighters couldn't see them, because it was so easy to pick the aircraft out in the night sky just by the glow of their exhaust. So different designers like Rolls-Royce working with different materials. In fact, the Halifax bomber that I dug up had the Rolls-Royce Merlin XX engine. And this particular one had a very specific exhaust, which was much like the Spitfire type, because there were different types of exhausts developed for the bombers. One being the saxophone type exhaust, which looks just like a saxophone, I have to say. But the material is what's really interesting, because back in those days, they were developing new materials all the time. And this is a very, very heavy type of material that could withstand very high temperatures. And that's why they called the Spitfire the Spitfire, because it literally spat flames. Cool Monkey. We got Dan is back as a returning member, and Cali Monkey, yes, good to see some returning folks coming back. Good to see you. Good to see that you're still well and everybody's happy and doing well. Great to see you here. Welcome back, Cali Monkey. And of course, Dan as well. Dad! Monkey tennis. Do you like cheese? Go on, smell my cheese. Have I got second series? Oh, go on, give him another series, yes. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, really? Oh, that's brilliant. Andy Apps tuning in from Reigate, Surrey, just down the road. Dan loves cheese. David Curl, hope to see you Wednesday in sunny Lisbon. Okay, go. Maybe we should pre-warn the McDonald's, Julie, and give them a map of how to get to where we're going to be. Yeah, do I want ants with my chips? Oh my goodness me. Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps we should get Mario to deal with it this time. Stuart Watson, that landing was almost as smooth as Jerry's in the 787 sim. I don't think so. Stuart, of course, he's taking a mickey there. Stevie B. Philip Sinclair. Pete Keating, 1979. Oh, we saw him in Birmingham last week. Rab H, Jerry will take the rain to Lisbon. Well, I'm hoping that it might be a little bit maybe overcast and a little bit cooler. I'm not, like I said, I'm actually going to take an umbrella with me, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy, but if I'll take a clamp with me. I've got me clamp. Oh, I like a clamp. I've got me clamp, and I can clamp the umbrella to the sticks. So at least I've got some protection from the sea. Sandy Humble League. If you are, I mean, look, at the end of the day, when you get to a sim centre like that, you don't crash it. You're trained, you're pre-qualified, if you know what I mean, to get to that level that you're not going to crash it. If you're going to crash it at that level, then you're probably better off, you know, getting another job or something. I don't know, but it just stalls out, doesn't it? It just stops. But you know, it will give you everything. It will give you stick shaker if the aircraft's going to stall, and I have no doubt that during the simulation schooling, they will take you through that scenario and through stick shaker, stalling procedures, and so on and so forth. You have to go through the worst case scenario. Eat new dart bart it. Oh, I don't know if we got any big jet brollies at all. I don't know. We used to have, but something. We've actually been approached by by Teespring themselves, saying that we are on fire. Fire! The fair's on fire. Yeah. Okay, so they are asking us if we want other products as well that are outside of the normal product availability. So we're going to be adding more stuff to the store, jackets and coats and stuff like that, wigs, lumps of cheese. EGPX crashed a Trident simulator. Yeah, it's a bit shame she's shrouded at the moment, but hairnets. Handkerchiefs. Spectacle. Yeah. General Chen uniform. That's funny. That's funny. Yes, we did. Yeah. Cabin crew outfit, brilliant. Morning, Faulty! Morning, Major! My knees are old, my eyes are bent, my nose is old and drizzled. I'm a poor man. Anti-cat snoring devices available soon. Pardon me. Oh, high flare on that one. Let's get this MNG like it. That's a pure freighter as well, folks. How do we know that's a pure freighter? Answers on a postcard. But no, seriously, it's because of that bulge there. Oh, I say, that bulge there above the undercarriage there, or below the cabin, or whichever way you want to look at it. But that is to level the aircraft out, so as to give it a completely level fuselage, as you can see there, unlike its passenger variant cousin, which has a more of a rake to it, as you can see there. That 330 there has its dips towards the front end, and of course that that fabrication on the freighter variant, which is done at the Airbus facility, she was manufactured as a pure freighter. So, you know, it's easy for Airbus to jump into the A350 freighter line, because they already have knowledge and technology to build the freighters. Kenny Coombs. That Andy, not that one, that one. My AV education just increased. I'm 0% knowledge, but I 100% love this show. Oh, fantastic, Andy. It'll come. Don't you worry about it. Intersection, that departure, most definitely intersect. Going out that slow from that point to China freighters there. So we are tracking Emirates EK, what is it? Yeah, there's a couple of identifying features of the Dreamliner. Of course, the winglets are pretty unique, but also is the conical, the cone, the titanium cone, which is always exposed like that on the 787 Dreamliner. Whereas the 777 has got the wedge, which is that one there. So if you're trying to distinguish whether it's a 787 or a 777, look at the back end because a lot of the times you can tell the difference between the two, the 777 and the 787, right clearly shown there in the shot. A350 has a quite a unique, you know, I mean the Dreamliner has got a very unique front end to it, much like the old days of the Comet. If you're an old schooler like me, you'll know what I'm talking about. But the A350's a little bit more pointy. It's got a little bit more of a pointy look to it. You can see there, the Dreamliner is kind of like a constant drop, whereas the 350, it's a bit more slanty. You know, it's got a bit more of a wedge to it. It's interesting to see that 350's got a it's got MNG going out already. Look, wow, look at that steep climb out. Yes, 330 has the old school fence style wingtip to it, which is the square type wingtip, as you can see there. Much like the 747 fence style winglet. Qantas Yam Yam, is he pushing to go? Is he going? Blair Hinton, welcome back, Blair. Dreamliner and a 330. Well, Dreamliner and a 330, I'll be honest with you, is definitely for a start. Well, I mean, immediately to look at it, we'll look at the winglets, but also look at the back of the aircraft. As you can see, the A330, the 787 has that conical sort of like very distinctive cone to it, whereas the A330 has more of like the A350 APU exit, and it's painted as well. So, but also, of course, you've got the winglets on the A330 versus the 787. Big engines on the 787 as well. Something that's very noticeable on approach, and of course, if you're looking at the aircraft on the ground, you've got certain distinguishing features, whereas in the air there is no wing flex like the 787, so that's very easily picked up. Sandy Hum, Qantas 787 off to Darwin, thank you. Dan, the red stuff is the livery, Dan. That's the Yam Yam livery. She's been given a specific name. You can hear her engine starting now, electric start engines. Still has an APU, an auxiliary power unit at the back, but that's feeding compressed air into electric starters. I think that's right. Is that right? Traditional style is the APU will feed compressed air to the starter. The starter will then wind the engine, the low pressure turbine at the front end, up to a certain speed, whereby it starts to create its own compressed air. That is when the engine is up to pressure, up to temperature, or up to pressure, sorry, where they will inject the fuel into the combustor, and that's when the whole engine starts and then becomes self-reliant. Whereas the electrical system, I think it's an electric start system on the 787 Trent 1000s and the Gen X engines as well. Has it got measles? This Etihad. Incredible aeroplane, the 787. Great to fly on as well. Wow, really? Yeah. We have a startup, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Anderson, yeah, we loved Atlanta. A great experience, right the way through. A great position at that hotel, I have to say, and of course the other position that we had as well on that parking lot. And I have to say, anybody who visits Atlanta, do make sure that you visit the Boeing, the Delta Museum. Make sure you visit that Delta Museum because it is an amazing place to visit. They got some great stuff there, static exhibits and displays both inside and out, and really educational as well. If you've got the kids, take the kids in there because they got some sort of like old apparatus and very sort of like apparatus where you can learn the dynamics of flight and the simplicity of controlling an aeroplane in flight, but takes you way back to the old days of Delta Airlines as well. So definitely worth a visit. Go and check that museum out as well. And like I say, if you are going to stay in Atlanta, which you probably will do, stay in the what was it? The Renaissance. It was the Renaissance Concourse, which is the wedge-shaped. Oh, have we got the? Oh, this is the. We haven't seen this in for a little while, have we? Talking about Delta. Haven't seen this for a while, have we? Yeah. Breast cancer awareness. And that's what we've got, that little Breast Cancer Research Foundation. Yes, that's what we've got, that little pink tug up the other end, haven't we? Which we see from time to time. Oh, that's United's, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. yeah, just yeah, but whatever. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah. Stop people going. It's not etiquette, is it? Wow, look at that. Look how... Yeah. Jeff Anderson, that 767-400 for Delta used to be nicknamed Pinky for breast cancer awareness. It was even more pink than it is now. Wow. Can it be any more pink than that? Was it actually pink? Look at the rake on that thing. Paul Skilling, nice Delta livery. They changed the livery on the planes, but not the sign, Stevie B saying. Jeff Bryson loving it. I wonder what a BA logo on the building opposite Jerry is a different way around to what it is on the aircraft. Well, it depends on which side of the aircraft you're on, doesn't it? If that was a plane that was flying left to right, then the livery would be the right way round, wouldn't it? But I can kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, something I've never picked up and noticed before. But look, I mean, if you look at that aircraft on tow there, yeah. But if you look on that Dreamliner there, it's the same way round, isn't it? So I don't quite know. It's not really round the wrong way round, is it? Is that round the wrong way round? I don't really know. Matt, loving the angle. Thank you, Matt. Hey! What's that all about, us being the favourites at the Eurovision Song Contest? Hasn't that already struck the final nail in the coffin by just doing that? I mean, come on, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah. Fair play to him. He's done his own little campaign across Europe as well, hasn't he? Travelled everywhere to do little... Still getting nil point, mate, still getting nil point. Mind you, shouldn't Europe all get together this time, you know? And Ukraine should win it just for the hell of it. Yeah, just give it to Ukraine. Well, you know. I think they should just, during the whole Eurovision Song Contest, they should just do a massive fund-raising drive throughout the whole, a bit like Red Nose Day, you know? They should do a massive fundraising night for Eurovision Song Contest. We can all put our hands in our pockets and like you guys did, like we did with how much did we raise for the Ukrainian effort? It was a huge amount of money, wasn't it? Wasn't it nearly £3,000 or something like that? I can't remember, but you know, that was all of you wonderful, generous people. Maybe even more than that. I don't know. We'd have to have a look back. Stuart Smart, that's a good point. That $7,730 we raised, and that's all down to you folks. That's down to you individually. So thank you once again. And that, of course, went to the Ukrainian effort And that's all on our website, by the way, folks. If you want to check that, you are more than welcome to go. Oh yeah, if it's working, that is. Kevin Beasley, A380, 18,000 feet, 23 minutes out, and it's getting warm. Hey, it's the Festival of Creativity. Oh, this sounds nice. A little bit unstable on approach there. Now he's down. Look at that. Amazing. Silence! Yeah, Jilly, that's another one. Bobble at. Just see if they do a bobble at. If we can get a bobble at made. Yeah, yeah. Because it's not always. It's always winter somewhere around the world, isn't it? And Stuart Smart's asking for it. Yeah, well, we'll ask them if they can do a beanie, a bobble. We do a beanie. Is that the one that you sent me, Jilly? You got made, or was that an old one from the old store? I think it was the old one, wasn't it? I don't think I don't think we've got one from the spring store yet. Kevin Beasley, A380, 18,000 feet, 23 minutes. I think I just read that one, didn't I? Gary said. JP Cross. Birdman, no. Winglet 1. Qantas looks like shedding reptile skin so she can fly. Beautiful. Yeah, kind of. I can see what you're saying there in a funny sort of way. Well, we'll just see. We'll just put it to them and see what options they've got. They can give us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, they think that they're very impressed with how we're managing our store. That they have said that if we want other stuff, to let them know, which we're doing, and if we get the option, we will put it up in the store, and then you can order it, folks. Good thing is that these guys at Spring, we've had no negative feedback, and I've got to be honest with you, I will only promote good quality gear. You know, funny enough, I've been testing unconsciously, really, to be honest with you, these watches that I wear for over 7 years now, and I'm writing to TW Steel on next week just to let them know that their watch has come out the best out of all of them. Okay. Stuart is asking about a 380 departing just before 1 o'clock. Anytime now she should be pushing back, is it? Wow, there's 4 380s at gate. Wait a minute, have we missed one? Is that one lined up over there? Is that a 380? Yeah, that's our closeout GP. The Qatar 380, but you know. Well, I don't know about his broidered patches, Zoe, but hey, we can always try, can't we? I mean, really, it's just a piece of material that's embroidered, isn't it? Yeah, but do people do that these days? Do people do embroidered patches? Do they? Yeah, no, I know, but do people buy them? Is that a? Yeah, great feedback from everybody regarding the quality of the gear on the store, which is great. It's good to know, because there's nothing worse than having to deal with, you know, negative feedback and all that kind of thing. But also, you know, trying to make it right for the folks who've received their gear late or whatever it might be. It's a bit of a long. Really? 41,000 airports in the world? Yeah, but that's probably going to include like airstrips and, you know, have to be an official, surely, yam going out. In for a long ride, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, if we can do it, Jilly, we'll do it. We'll offer it. There's no harm in offering it, is there? Backpack. We've got a backpack, GP. We've got a backpack, okay. Blimey, O'Reilly, really? Got over 120 products, apparently, folks. Near that 767. Now, how do I know that's a 767 and not a 777, for example? Well, it is one of those things that is, you know, if you put those two aircraft side by side, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the undercarriage is a different layout on the 777, but head on like that, it is quite a difficult one, I've got to be honest with you. Put a 330 next to that as well, is something that's quite a difficult one. You've got to really know your aircraft but it's just because I film them so often, and I know it's just you know, she's got no winglets as well. Look. She's got no winglet. Well, she's got winglets, but she's got raked wing tips, as opposed to a sort of like a winglet. So that automatically kind of gives it away. The back end of it, the fact the fuselage is quite, it's just, and the front end, the nose, the makeup of the nose and all that, it's just very much, well, it's a 767. If you look at you'll know what I'm talking about with an A330, but very high undercarriage. She's got a very high undercarriage on the A330. But yeah. Oh, Jason Matton, that's the number of commercial airports in the world. Wow, that is a lot. 41,000. Blimey. That's incredible. Thanks for that, Jason. TCC doesn't look fat enough to be a 777. Yes, good point. 777 is fatter than that, isn't it? And I think the 777 doesn't have as a sharper rake on it as that as well. Got quite a rake on it as well. Front end sits down quite low on a 767. Something overhead, but I can't get it, folks. Unfortunately, I've got even a 777 with the Trent 800s, bigger engines than those CF6s or Pratt & Whitneys, whichever engine type it might be. Oh, look at that big old thing. It's a lump in it, look. Wow. Yes, you're right. 777 does have a bigger engine cross section, even with the smaller, like I say, the smaller Trent engines. Of course, the GE90 powered, very, very distinctive. Easily pick that one out. You'd know it straight away if it was facing you, that it was a 777. Okay. Let's have some reverses. Bosh! Enormous, great big ground spoilers as well, using the ailerons as brakes as well, speed brakes. Yes, indeed. Only the inboard engines on the A380 have reverser power. The outboard ones are not. Don't use reversers. Purely because of the huge amount of air brakes that they have, you know, the spoilers on the wings, but also the fact that they have such a high amount of wheel braking. Incredibly impressive aircraft, the 380. Oh. I mean, that's a pretty big aircraft, that 767 on the right of that 380 there. You can see how it dwarfs it. Caroline Blair. Good day to you, Caroline. Okay, still no 380, BA 380 pushback, Jilly. Jeff Bryson, similar to the 380, it's interesting that the 777X folding wingtip is there to avoid the need for infrastructure change. Yes, indeed, so that they can, of course, one of the major things that they had to do regarding infrastructure at airports was to add the two-tier walkways, passenger walkways for the for getting on the aircraft, for the upper deck as well. A lot of airports that could accept the aircraft also had to make that additional changes, and of course, like he says, the 777X has the folding wingtip to allow it to squeeze into between other aircraft because it has such a lengthy wing on it. We were very, very lucky when we went to Boeing that we captured the 777X, I have to say. Very lucky indeed. Right up to the moment that we left, we were still unsure whether or not we were going to get it. The great folks that we have, both here and in the UK, and well, around the world, giving us feedback on their knowledge of its movements. But yeah, we were very, very fortunate indeed. Because once you're going, you're going. There's nothing else you can do. Irish Girl, 1-3. Good day to you. Andy P, thank you. John Stoner, yes, it is a good-looking aeroplane, isn't it, when it's coming into land? The A380. I like the A380 from all angles, to be honest with you. I think she's a marvel of engineering, but also, in my eyes, she's a good-looking aeroplane. I do love her. Wow, that 350's going up quick, isn't it? Just floating up there, look. Wow. And here it is. Our closeout, folks. See the rudder input there. Wow, that was quite heavy. Look at that wing, man. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. And he ain't me who's gonna leave. Ladies and gents, there we go, and there you have it. Another weekend show in the bag for you. It's been great to have your company right from the get-go this morning. At 7 a.m. was our departure time this morning. $6:50, yeah, we were early to depart. Oh, Jim from Canada. That's a lovely thing to say, isn't it? It's always a pleasure when you get somebody like that, somebody come in and just make a random comment like that, and we really appreciate it. Because it is a lot of hard work what we do here at Big Jet TV. It's not like we just I'll break this down, go home, put my feet up for a couple of days, then come out and do it again. It's a lot of background work. The planning that we had for that show with Virgin Atlantic was a lot of planning involved in that. Had to go down there and do a full day's testing there as well. We're just very fortunate that we've got so many great contacts in the industry as well. But what is really important is that we've got you, the folks that support this channel. And I know I harp on about it, folks, but I have to say that we are truly grateful for your support. And of course, to all the pilots and all the teams and all the ATC and all the people involved that side of the fence who put this all together for us to be able to bring you this content. So we're very happy and very honoured to be able to do that. We'll be back next week on Wednesday. We will be in Lisbon with our members, folks. Really looking forward to hooking up with Marco again and bringing you those fabulous turn-on shots with those A339 Neos looking straight through the engines, man. It's a thing of amazement that you'll see there. And we will, of course, get other stuff there as well. The Angolan 777, I believe, operating at a different time, I think, at the moment. But we'll check it, we'll find it, and we will typical. Big reverser. What am I doing? I'm standing here looking at you and just looking at that. Anyway. Yes, it has been wonderful. Thanks, folks, to everybody. Thank you, Jilly. Thank you to Darren. Thank you to Trish, Jilly, of course, and Lee, of course. And don't forget that that Jilly is the person that brings you all of this live streaming, folks. It wouldn't be a show without Jilly, so a big thank you to her. Right, well, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And all our friends out in America, I hope you enjoy the Miami Grand Prix. Anybody else who's doing whatever you're doing, do it sensibly and enjoy yourselves. Be safe and be good to the animals as well, folks. And we will see you next week, if you're a member,
on Wednesday in Lisbon. Otherwise, we'll see you next weekend. Look after yourselves, folks. Take care. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We'll see you later. Cheers. Bye-bye. Alrighty. Let's get this 350 touching down, yeah? Do you like my... And 777 upgraded AMZ. 777 has upgraded to Superclass AMZ. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who, you're just wonderful. Take care, folks. We'll see you next time. All the best.